Hey everyone, how are y'all? Hey Dizzy, how are you? Hey Libra Moon, how are you? Just 1 second, y'all. I'm just checking something real quick. Hey Sandra, how are you tonight? Yeah, I do want to say, and I'm not going to put all the details out. If Dreamcatcher would like to in chat, she's more than welcome to. But if everybody would, please keep Dreamcatcher and her family, especially her granddaughter, in your prayers. Hey, Caddy, how are you? Um, Betty Joe, I sent you a message on Twitter that I need you to read. Pepper, how are you? Hey, Musical. Hey, Seventh Row, how are you? No Way, how are you? Tree Baby, how are you? Hey, Big Al, how are you? Daisy, how are you? Riddler, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you. Thank you. Caddy, yes, Sarah, I'm doing good. I actually feel a little bit better today. Hey, Carol, how are you? Courtney, how are you tonight? Hey, Agape Love, how are you? Hey, Summer. Bailey, how are you? Riddler, how are you tonight? Hey, Sarah Beth. Loaded Hot, I've been like scratching my head all day since I've read it. Hold on just 1 second, y'all. Hey, y'all, hold on just 1 second, please. Okay, y'all, I'm sorry. Hey, Fofa, how are you? Ah, and thank you for dropping the email thing for me. Glowbug, how are you? Tara, yeah, I just found out that my great uncle from Ohio got lost in Louisiana today, and I had no idea he was even in Louisiana. It's just the facts. How are you? Hey, Treasure. 44, how are you? Richard, thank you. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and just put this in the chat right or on out on the live 44. Do not come in here with that nonsense tonight. I will block you myself. I'm not dealing with the bullshit tonight. Just letting you know. Hey, Stevie. Oh, cool, Terry. You're from New Orleans. I'm actually from northern Louisiana, and somehow he got lost in Lake Charles. I don't know how, but I don't know how he managed to do that. Candy with the C, how are you? Thank you, Angie. I appreciate that. Big Al, I've literally been scratching my head. I'm telling you. Hey, Joey, how are you? All right, one second. Everybody, make sure that your chat is on live chat. Hey, Philly, how are you? Scott H, how are you? Hey, Too Fast, how are you tonight? Bullets. Candy, yeah, I'm feeling a little bit better. Yeah, Summer, I don't know. I put mine on live chat before I even started the live, and then I just checked it, and it was back on top chat. I don't know why it has to keep bouncing back and forth, but hey, Huda, how are you? And Sally Mae. Sally Mae, did you get my email last night that I sent? Hey, Slipper, how are you? Yeah, Summer, I don't know why it's doing that. Mine was doing it several times last night, and I kept missing comments. I don't know why they even give a top chat option. I don't just leave it as a like one option, and that's just live chat. Okay, I just wanted to make sure, Sally Mae. All right. Oh, Richard. Well, I'm glad that we're able to make you feel better. Hey, Boomer girl. And for everybody who is coming in that didn't hear when I said this earlier, if everybody would please keep Dreamcatcher and her family, especially her granddaughter, in your prayers. I'm not going to get into the details. If she wants to put it in chat, she's more than welcome to. But just if you would keep them all in your prayers because right now they really need it. One, two, and Eric, how are y'all? Just a second. Message back. Hey Heather, how are you? Okay, and Heather, have a good night. King Scarlet, how are you? All right, let me grab a few things real quick. Excuse me. Poor Sally Mae. Thank you, Steve, for sending out prayers. Okay, Heather, no problem. All right, let me grab this document if I don't knock myself out of chat. How are y'all?
I'm happy to be here.
Hi, Scarlet, Big Al. How you doing?
What's happening, Riddler?
Riddler, how are you?
Just another hot day in the South.
Oh my God, it was 104 here today.
Whew.
I almost
That's
went to jail today.
Well, that sounds like fun.
I woke up to a guy in a full size dump truck parked on top of my septic mound.
Oh, that's definitely not good.
No, not when I just replaced it to the tune of almost
Uh
$100,000.
huh.
Hi
Damn.
guys, hi Riddler.
Hey,
hi,
Lady V, how are
Hey,
you?
Lady B.
hi, Lady V.
Yeah, I
Hi
may
Big
may
Al.
or may not have allegedly lost my cool a little bit.
Well, I can't blame you.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, I was pretty pissed.
Hey,
Actually,
teacher, how are you?
actually, I have a picture of like 12 pieces of heavy equipment in my private property parking lot, parked all over the place.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
um, okay, I was trying to make sure I was caught up with everybody in chat real quick. Let me go grab this document.
I'm excited to hear what this alibi is all about. I have
Yeah,
purposely stayed away from it all day. I know nothing about it.
I I I only know a touch.
Yeah, I told Lady V a little bit about it. I don't. I honestly don't know what to think. I'm gonna be honest with you. Let's just say I hope Anne's got something up her sleeve because this is wild. Hey Tony, how are you?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Good evening.
Hey, Tony and Eva.
Hi
Hey,
Tony.
Big Al.
Hi
Hey,
Eva.
Riddler.
Tony, how are you?
Lady V, all the regulars. I'm
Okay,
gonna mute something.
okay. Let me grab
Right.
this and pull it up here real quick.
All right, I got my
Uh,
dill pickle chips, my half and half tea. I'm ready.
uh, hold on just 1 second. Okay, 44 is now blocked. Seriously sick of the bullshit.
Na 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 na.
Fucking ridiculous.
Hey,
I've already had to warn them
goodbye.
with their comments. Okay, let me zoom in on this. Can everybody see it? Okay.
No, I
Yes.
Uh,
can't see anything, but that's
It's
my angle.
can you like blow it up a little more maybe?
Hey, is it up at all?
It's
Oh,
up there. It's just
okay.
I can see it
small.
on StreamYard better than I can on YouTube.
Okay, let me try to do it
Oh,
like
I
this.
can't see it on yeah, I can't see it there either.
StreamYard better than I can.
There we go.
Yeah, that's a lot better there.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Liza, how are you? Tech Death, how are you? And then wait, there was another one. Where did the comment go? Summer, he is now gone. That's literally like I gave him a warning a minute ago. If he kept it up, then I would block him myself. So they're gone. Uh, Fofa wants to know if Eva is wearing a cape.
Eva's got her winter. She's got a little coat on, little rain shield. But I've got a better one. But her mum had it, so I don't want to pass it on. It's very cold here.
Oh yeah,
Has
y'all are in your
Kohberger
winter.
Kohberger has an alibi.
Mm-hmm.
He's filed an alibi.
Uh-huh.
Oh, great. Oh, this is going to be great. Oh, here we
Wait till you
go.
hear it.
Here
All
we
right.
go.
So this came out today. So it's the objection to the state's motion to compel the motive of defense of alibi or alternatively to bar certain evidence. Okay, Sally Mae, hold on, y'all. Let me slow the chat down real quick. Okay. All right, I got it, Sally Mae. All right, so it says, comes now Bryan C. Kohberger by and through his attorney of record, Ann C. Taylor, public defender, and hereby objects to the state's motion to compel the motive of defense of alibi or alternatively to bar certain evidence. The Idaho Code 19-519 and ICR 12.1 requires an alibi disclosure of a specific location with a specific location a witness to so testify. By statutory definition, Mr. Kohberger may remain silent yet testify that he was not at 1122 King Road on November 13, 2022. However, in an abundance of caution and recognizing the court has authority to exclude witnesses, Mr. Kohberger has indicated he anticipates corroborating witnesses. When determining whether to exclude evidence due to late disclosure or non-disclosure, the trial court must weigh the prejudice to the state against the defendant's right to a fair trial. It is error for a trial court to exclude a witness based solely on late disclosure without analyzing whether the state would suffer prejudice from the late disclosure. In addition to weighing the competing interests at stake, the trial court should consider whether less severe remedies would be sufficient for the untimely disclosure or non-disclosure, such as a short continuance, a mistrial, or sanctions against defense counsel before excluding a defense witness. The trial court has an obligation to fashion a sanction which will impress counsel with the importance of responding to discovery requests and yet will not prejudice the defense of the case. However, when the defense's discovery violation was willful and designed to facilitate the presentation of fabricated testimony or to impede the state's ability to conduct effective cross-examination, or to present rebuttal evidence, exclusion may be a proper remedy, notwithstanding the availability of other sanctions that would prevent prejudice to the state. All right, so Mr. Kohberger has had a long habit of going for drives alone. Often he would go for drives at night. He did so on late November the 12th and into November the 13th of 2022. Mr. Kohberger is not claiming to be at a specific location at a specific time. At this time, there is not a specific witness to say precisely where Mr. Kohberger went at each moment of the hours between late night November 12th and early morning November 13th. He was out driving during the late night and early morning hours of November the 12th through the 13th of 2022. Counsel for Mr. Kohberger is aware that case law broadens the definition of alibi with the statutory requirement of a specific location to more broadly include disclosure of information that tends to state the person claiming alibi was at a place other than the location of an offense. Mr. Kohberger has complied to the extent possible at this time. Corroboration of Bryan Kohberger not being at 1122 King may be brought out through cross-examination of the state's witnesses. At this time, Mr. Kohberger cannot be more specific about the possible witnesses and exactly what they will say. The defense has been hampered by the state's own choices. The state chose a secret grand jury rather than the planned preliminary hearing. Had the state moved forward with the preliminary hearing, the defense would have had the opportunity to develop testimony through cross-examination and witness presentation. Instead, the defense has only received, as of July the 27th of 2023, a copy of the testimony the state chose to elicit. Review of such is underway. The state had to obtain investigative materials from the state's investigative counterparts, the FBI, through an order compelling the state to provide such material. The state made draft disclosures just 2 weeks ago. The sufficiency of these disclosures is currently being analyzed. Corroboration of Bryan Kohberger not being at 1122 King may be brought out through expert witness presentation. That analysis is underway. The defense has been diligently working to analyze relevant discovery material and conduct its own investigation. Notably, the defense had to obtain a court order to receive a relevant discovery material, and that delay hampers the defense's investigation. Oh, I hate this small writing also. Hold on, let me zoom it in a little bit. So, the right to offer the testimony of witnesses and to compel their attendance if necessary is in plain terms the right to present a defense, the right to present the defendant's version of the facts as well as the prosecution's to the jury so it may decide where the truth lies. Just as an accused has the right to confront the prosecutor's witnesses for the purpose of challenging their testimony, he has the right to present his own witnesses to establish a defense. That right is a fundamental element of due process of law. The defense acknowledges a vast amount of discovery has been provided. Discovery is received on nearly a weekly basis. The defense reviews and acts on the discovery as quickly as possible, including making appropriate supplemental requests for discovery. The state's motion is an attempt to force the defense to open its work product files and let the state peek inside. The defense has stated all that can firmly be stated at this time. This is not trial by ambush from the defense. This is the defense requesting information as quickly as possible, yet in some instances face the delay of requesting a court order to obtain information. The state continually uses these opportunities to attempt to force a waiver of speedy trial. This is a decision left to Mr. Kohberger and Mr. Kohberger alone. Mr. Kohberger was out driving alone. Corroborating evidence may come from cross-examination of state's witnesses. Corroborating evidence may come from presentation of defense experts. Mr. Kohberger is aware of and will comply with his continuing duty to disclose information. The court may exempt Mr. Kohberger from further inquiry. Mr. Kohberger requests such an exemption at this time. Continued inquiry at this juncture delves into his case investigation as well as protected work product. In support of an exemption, Mr. Kohberger is prepared to provide further detail in an ex parte hearing with the court. So this was done on yesterday, on August the 2nd, signed by Ann. I don't know who this person is that signed it, but that is his alibi. He was driving alone at night.
He's basically blaming them for having a grand jury.
Wait, what is it now? Because you're breaking up.
He's basically blaming them for having a grand jury instead of a preliminary hearing.
Yeah, they're complaining about that because they weren't able to cross-examine witnesses.
Well, you can't have a preliminary hearing until you have an arrest, and you can't have an arrest without probable cause, and they couldn't get probable cause without the grand jury. So what? I'm sorry, am I missing something?
Like I said, I've been scratching my head ever since I read it.
That does not make sense.
Scarlett, which came first, the arrest or the grand jury? Wasn't it the arrest?
The arrest.
Yeah, that came from the probable cause. And we didn't hear of a grand jury until Ann says, I want to see Bethany's testimony.
Right.
That deal where they were going to go to Nevada and talk with her and her lawyer. That's when that squashed everything right there.
And I believe the grand jury was May the 22nd. Hold on, I got to find the indictment. But I believe it was May 22nd.
But that is a poor alibi.
Yeah. No, it's May 16th. I'm sorry.
It's like an alibi you have when you don't have an alibi.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Well, normally alibis have videotapes, which I guess they got his car driving around. But you also got pictures, you got eyewitnesses. There's a slew of different things that you could put in there. And the more you have, the better it is to show that you weren't at the crime scene when it
His
occurred.
alibi might be all the footage they have of his vehicle being in other places when they say things were going down.
Okay. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying
I'm
to get
sure
back into chat.
I would think they're combing through the footage looking for any white cars that look like his car anywhere but there.
Yeah, my chat.
Exactly. And
Hold on.
eyebrows.
Okay, Liza. All right, I think I got my chat back working. It was frozen, wasn't going anywhere. Okay, Candy, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good.
I'm glad you're feeling a little better.
Yeah, thank goodness. Not as bad. Still a little painful.
I'm sorry. Hi, everybody. Hey, Lady V, Riddler, Big Al,
Hello,
You
how are you, Candy?
Sofa, Eva, and Tony.
Hey, Candy. Woof.
Woof. He said woof.
So,
You think the judge will accept this alibi? Or does he have to? Or
sounds like they're setting it up to delay it to me.
I'm still, I don't know. I really don't know what to think of it, honestly.
I'm thinking that the state's going to fire back and go, this isn't an alibi. They're going to fire back on this.
Because they're
This is
asking
gonna be
for um, the hearing. So apparently there's something that they want to talk to the judge about or show the judge without the state being present. So I guess that would be the next thing that would be scheduled.
Do y'all think this is all just to shut the prosecution up for now? Like giving them somewhat of an alibi?
I don't know if
I
this
mean,
would even be.
it's not really an alibi, but they laid down something to shut the prosecution up until it gets juicier, I guess.
Well, if this alibi is accepted and now has the upper hand, the defense has the upper hand because now that gives them an extra option, which I doubt they'll use, and that's able to put BK on the stand and let him give his alibi. Now he can go into more detail with it.
Right.
And there's nothing. See, right now, what can the state do to check his alibi?
What
There's
I
no.
don't. Go ahead.
I was just going to say there was no time and dates on their alibi.
Well, it just says that he was driving around in the late night on November the 12th into the early morning on November the 13th. But then the PCA says that he left home at, what was it, 2:52 in the morning on the 13th. So,
Okay, so I saw earlier that there was no cameras at his apartment in Pullman, which I don't believe. So
it
how do
seems
they
like
know what time he left his apartment? I was
they're
confused about that.
they're going off of his phone.
Alpha's phone.
Oh, okay.
But I think it was stated in the PCA that he was seen on, or well, a car like his was seen on the WSU campus driving around at that time, going. I think it was Stadium Way and another street. I'd have to go back and look at the PCA, but and then like right after that, his phone was either turned off or put into airplane mode. I just
And
don't
one
get
more
how.
thing.
Okay,
Like, this
cool.
is all mountains and hills and stuff, right? Even though we live in Louisiana and don't have that,
Yeah, we have speed bumps
we've
in Louisiana.
yes, that's about it. We've traveled to places where it's hilly or there's mountains or whatever. And
Right,
if you have your cell phone, you have shit reception.
right.
So what if his phone was going in and out of reception and they're saying he turned it off?
Doubtful.
Yeah, because they're saying it
It'll
was
still
off
ping
for
off a
like.
tower. Just because you can't make a call doesn't mean you're not pinging off a tower.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because they're saying from, what was it? Okay, so he left at 2:52. Was it 2:58 when they said that his phone went off? or was turned off, put into airplane mode or whatever,
Some 257 or 258.
something like that, and
Yeah.
then it didn't come back on till like 5 something, and then he's seen back on the WSU campus. Okay, so all right, so his phone went off at 2:47, came back on at 4:48.
I don't know about voice calls, but I know using data packets, we had a minimum signal strength before it would send.
Yeah, see,
So I would assume with a phone call, it's going to do the same thing. There's a minimum signal strength before the network or the tower will put it through.
oh,
But the whole idea that he was just completely out of any kind of contact without shutting it off or going into airplane mode, I call BS.
Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that super chat. And they said PCA backs up that Bryan frequently drives at night and early morning with his 12 drives before the murders. And they did say that it was it late afternoon or early morning hours when he was in the area of the house the 12 other times. I believe I got to get this off the screen and go pull the PCA up.
Yeah, but
So,
didn't they say that he didn't leave his house till 2?
yeah, see, that's what I don't understand. And Ann saying that he was driving alone late at night on the 12th into the early morning on the 13th. So she's putting him
We
driving
don't know
around.
where he was.
Yeah, we don't know where he was, but she's
His
putting him in his car driving around.
I'd be going, where all did you drive? Where do you normally drive so we can find cameras?
Big
So
Al, if
his
I can ask you a
timeline.
question.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Fofa.
I was just gonna in the PCA. His timeline of all of this does not start until 4:42 when his phone is using resources that are consistent with him being at his apartment. So we have no idea what he was doing before. And I'm sure that they have all of the information from the cast team, right? So it might corroborate that he was out driving on the night of the 12th as well.
So he could have been driving and then maybe went home and then left again. Or maybe just drove around on the campus and they took it as him leaving his house at that time.
Or maybe he just practiced a lot before he committed this.
Well, one thing I don't think is that he would have been in the area of like the King Road residence or even in Moscow, because I think that would have been included. I don't think that they would have started it so late if he was already in the area and then went back and then came back.
They might be holding on to a Wi-Fi ping off a router or something too. I just didn't put it in the PCA.
Mm-hmm.
Big Al, I was going to ask you a question. This CAS system that the FBI uses, will it show where he was? Like, can they say, look, we got you sitting right there in the kitchen in front of the refrigerator?
I wish I knew more about that system, Riddler. I started reading a little bit about it the other day. They're very tight-lipped about what they can do now.
There's a channel called What's the Obsession. She reckons they can track people to within a yard. I've heard her explanation, so I still don't get it.
I don't see any reason why that wouldn't be an accurate statement. I would guess better than a yard, to be honest with you. And that's the device, obviously.
Yeah, I had heard that they can tell exactly where you are. Like, not step by step, per se, but
well,
like inside the house, outside the house.
There's rumors in some of the cell phone, the cellular channels that basically there's tracking, when it's off. The only way to stop it is to smash it. At this point, with the way the technology is, created and the code is written, they're just never off.
Yeah. So, but with the cast, they're doing triangulations and different. There's also like a sphere type thing that they do with it. So It can vary. It just depends on the signal strength, where they are, and stuff like that. So
I think
if you're
I
in
think it
an
has something to do
area
with the
where there's lots
device
of things
too.
it probably does as well, and also the carrier that you have. So I know that, like, I think that it's Verizon holds on to more information than AT&T something. I can't remember which ones it is, but
Wait, which ones
the
again?
different carriers share and like maintain the database or databanks, whatever, the record type things of different types of information that they can use for the geolocation. So it varies too on what who the carrier is.
Fun fact about Verizon: half of their mobile cell phone towers that are on trailers with a generator are actually Faraday towers. So they're deployed in case of an EMP attack.
Hi, guys.
It's basically a portable cell phone tower on a trailer.
Hi, Crime Sleuthing.
I'm sleeping. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Uploading my little reaction video to this alibi.
Can you really even call that an alibi, though?
Yeah, it's the alibi that wasn't, is what I'm calling it.
It wasn't me. I was out driving around.
See, what would be interesting to see if the state of Idaho defines what an alibi is.
It does, and that's why there's.
Sense.
I'm sorry.
I was just saying, I would think it would have to at least make sense.
No, it does, and it is. That's why they're objecting to the motion to file an alibi, and they aren't filing a specific alibi because it doesn't fall within the whatever it's in that.
I called my attorney friend that I've known for about 30 years, and he explained some of the stuff in there. Like why she did it this way instead of filing an actual alibi. And
Here,
he's
so
not to put up with it.
Oh, I'm sorry, currency thing. I couldn't hear. And
They've got the digital evidence to release them now.
Okay, let me grab this super chat real quick. So Heaven Stars, thank you so much for sending that. And they said, can you reread the PCA car sightings and the phone pings just as a refresher? Things. Yes, I can do that real quick. Let me find King Scarlet was telling me to look at her previous comment. I'm trying to find it real quick of what she said. Okay, wait, I guess this is it. Or was he lurking or near the corner club or the food truck? I don't know, because she just says late at night on the 12th into the early mornings on the 13th, but she doesn't give a specific time that he was driving.
Now there is a white car on the Grubhub footage that about 10 minutes before the girls arrive, you can see it pull past the Grub truck.
Oh, where you can see the reflection? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, around and it goes back towards the corner club. No telling if that was involved whatsoever, but it's interesting.
So going back to the law part about filing an alibi, the requirement, it says the Idaho Code 19519 and IRC 12.1 require an alibi disclosure of a specific location with a specific location and witnesses to so testify. So, and I think that it had something about a time too. So, that was included there. And so, yeah, if he's driving around, he probably doesn't know exactly where he is at exactly what time. Just to
Hey, I'm here. The show can begin now.
Hey, Avery.
Avery, how are you?
Yeah, I'm late too. So what did
Hey,
I miss?
Avery.
Did I miss anything big? Because I was
No, I was. I had just said hi to everybody that had came in, and Katie, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. I had basically had just my normal thing, saying hi to everybody, and then I just read the document that had came out today.
Scarlett, has anybody heard from Willie?
No, I actually sent him a message earlier, but he hasn't seen it.
Because I seen earlier in Melissa Jade's chat, they were all wondering about him too, and I'm I'm not saying I'm getting worried about him, but I'm just hoping that he's okay.
Yeah, somebody else in chat earlier was asking about him, but I haven't seen him, which I haven't really been on YouTube today, but I haven't seen him since
Well,
I
he
think it
wasn't
was night
here.
before last. Yeah, he wasn't here last night. I think it was night before last he was, I believe.
Yeah, and that's the night he was just real super quiet. It was, I don't know. I just hope he's all right.
Laughing stock said they saw him in a chat this morning.
He
Okay.
wasn't
Really?
he wasn't on panel last night.
Okay. See, I get attached to y'all people, and then when you guys disappear, then I get all nervous and my
I know,
stomach
I do the same
my
thing.
stomach gets messed up.
Let's see. Summer said Willie told me he was sleepy. Okay. Hey, Robin, how are you?
Okay, that makes me feel better. Did I miss anything though? Because I was late.
No, I was just, like I said hi to everybody like I usually do, and then went straight into reading the Alibi
Oh, okay.
/ head scratcher documents. Still don't
Hey,
know what.
Scarlett, I want you to check out my thumbnail. You don't have to play the video or anything. Just when you can, check out the thumbnail. I'm pretty proud of it.
I just saw something come across my screen, a notification. What is it? That's what you just posted?
Yeah, I just did a reaction video.
I just seen it too. I'm like, how is she doing videos when she's right here in front of me?
Oh, it's been uploading in the background for a while, doing
Oh.
the copyright checks and all that.
Oh, that is epic.
So, Scarlett, are you going to go over today's document? Because that was kind of...
I just read it.
Oh, well, I asked
You're late.
I asked you if I missed anything.
Yeah, I said hi to everybody, and then I went over this so-called alibi, if that's what you want to call it.
Long story short, his alibi is driving around at night.
Yeah, by himself.
Alone.
Dude, I was mind blown about that. Really mind blown that Anne actually came forward and gave that hand that's his alibi. He was...
Yeah, well, she's doing a trick that an attorney explained to me is how they get to slip it in without it being official.
Right.
So the judge may toss it.
I don't know. I mean, like basically just to sum it up in a nutshell, she's saying he admits that he was driving around, that so basically he's admitting to those pings. He was out driving around. He's admitting to those pings is basically what it is. And then I noticed it said that there is no direct witness. There could be an expert witness that they could challenge for an alibi, but that at this time there is still no direct witness for an alibi. So it sounds like, I don't know, like it was kind of mind blowing to me.
Toss it in
He
the
drives
trash.
around. He drives around.
But think about it in reality.
At the house.
Well, think about it in reality. Let's say he was just driving around that night. How does he give that as an alibi? I mean, we just want to hear the truth, right? So let's just pretend that was the truth, that he was just riding around that night. Who's he get for a witness?
That's the thing. This is exactly how they're just going to. They're like, yeah, I was out driving around. Now prove more than that.
Yeah, how do you prove it though? That's the thing.
I mean, that is the state's burden.
Yeah,
but that's where the problem comes in, because like usually if you're out driving around, by yourself, you would go by phone pings or your vehicle's Wi-Fi pinging on different things, but his pings are near their house, so
not that night.
Well, hold on. Once again, does the ping show him in the house? He can't commit all these crimes.
Candy, you know that your camera's on, right? I'm sorry, Riddler. Okay, all right,
Yeah,
never mind.
She's showing her doggy.
Okay, I just want to make sure she knew it was on. I'm sorry, Riddler. Go ahead.
That's okay.
She's
See,
showing her doggy.
the big
She's
battle
not
right
showing
now.
something else.
The big battle right now is he in the house or not in the house? If the state can prove 100% he was in that house, he's cooked. He's fried.
Okay,
If the defense can prove 100% he never went in that house, they win.
all right, and Sniper had put in the chat with the assistance of the FBI overseeing using trilateration, not triangulation. We could tell in what building, on what floor, and exactly what room our HVT was located in. So
That's the sphere one, right?
That's what?
Who said that?
Sniper.
Sniper. That's the one that uses the spheres, right?
Okay, and I gotta write that word down. And I may not have even pronounced that word right, y'all. I'm sorry if I didn't, but let me write it down so I don't lose it. And then I can look it up. Oh, trilateration. Oh, Lord.
So,
No, I was looking up today on my break, because I just wanted to see how many cases there really have been where people have actually been framed for, unaliving. And it was way more than I thought. Way more, like dating way back to the mid 1900s.
It's a good way to commit that crime if you can frame someone after it.
I was kind of shocked to see that.
Well, I think this is the worst alibi I have heard since Mr. Murdaugh.
It is. This is bad. This is really bad for him.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And I wonder if this is kind of a signal that they're not going to fight the indictment anymore.
Well, I was listening to Peter Tragos and his dad. I guess his dad's an attorney too, and they were saying there's no way the indictment will be dismissed now. Absolutely no way, because basically they're conceding to, the phone pings. So this is their way of saying, yes, you have all these phone pings on him, because he was out driving around. But now it's going to be, well, why was he driving by their house?
Right.
I guarantee you I don't want to take any more nighttime drives alone.
Don't you have tinted windows? And then you just scoot down and ride, like low riding?
Okay.
Got some lead up in that car. You're good.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump down just in case somebody else wants to come up.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming up. Okay,
I'll come back up in a little while. I just want to give somebody else a chance. Okay.
All right.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Bye.
She's so pretty.
Okay. Hi, Riddler. Good to see you.
Hey there.
Riddler, you got mad at us last night, and I laid in bed and thought about you for like longer than I thought about a man in a while. I thought,
whoa, wait, what?
Yeah,
I was worried because he was.
We don't do that stuff on this channel.
Scarlett, I'm getting sleepy again.
I was worried too. I was really.
Don't worry about anything. Everything's fine.
It's all good.
It's all good.
Okay. Whew.
Okay, one second,
girl.
Sally. I got to slow the chat down a little bit more for Sally. Hold on, just 1 second. Okay.
I just gotta say, if I'm on a jury and they're presenting this phone evidence to me, and this guy's out driving around at the time of the murder, and mysteriously his phone is turned off or in airplane mode, that's almost enough for me. With any other evidence on top of that, I'm just gonna be all over his shit.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. Why would he put it in airplane
why it came up here? I wanted to know if you guys all felt the same way now that his quote unquote alibi thingy came out. If y'all all feel the same way that you said before, you couldn't convict him with what came out so far. Now I would like to know how y'all feel with this.
Oh, I still can't convict.
still
I
can't.
just this is kind of almost a tipping point for me. You know, like
Yeah, I still couldn't
Come on.
convict them just on this. I'd have to know more.
Well, let me say this. Can
I agree with
anybody on
Riddler.
this panel show me that he was in that house?
No.
I can drive all around your neighborhood, and you cannot show me a law that says that I am guilty of M1 for driving around your house, even if a crime took place there.
Even with the snap.
I don't care what you have. If you cannot show me inside that house, it will
Okay,
not
how
stand up.
about did his DNA fly out of his car when he was driving by the house, and then
Okay,
what,
once
got
again-
sucked
So
into the
how
DNA
do we
system?
know it was his car that was there?
Yeah, because they didn't
They're-
see a plate. They don't
So
have
you
him on
have the-
camera.
That's
You have the
exactly
last
what I think
one?
they're conceding to. I think they're conceding to information that we don't yet know. I think that they know
Yep,
they
that's
have
what I
his
think.
car.
I think they're using a different interpretation of the data. So from what we know in the PCA, he was in Pullman. Then, poof, magically he shows up on the complete other side of Moscow. How do we know that is the same car? And then they leave the house, that car leaves the house at 1122 King Road, and then doesn't show up on another camera again until they're all the way down in Blaine. So, I mean, I'm not saying either way, but I can see how they're using the facts that are there and the gaps. Because if it were to just be what they have in that PCA, there are pretty, like, they're not tracking him all the way from one place to the other.
So you're
Is there a
saying
different route to get from Pullman? I'm just asking and just throwing it out there, and I have no opinion either way, honestly.
No, because
I'm
actually,
just
Sosa,
thinking
that's
about,
brilliant.
is there a different way to get from Pullman down to Blaine where you're on some backcountry roads where you don't have service?
Yes,
Because
Sand
it does
Road.
say in the PCA that it is
Yeah.
consistent with someone who loses service.
Yes,
as well.
Sand Road
That's
is the one that
another
goes
possibility.
down low.
Sosa, that is brilliant. Because now that you say that, that's exactly what Anne is doing. She's saying, okay, we don't have the issue of him being out on the road that night. You know, we're admitting that. But now, because you're right, they only have him on the cameras coming and leaving Pullman. Now I see you would make a good defense attorney. Okay. So now, okay. So they just mind fucked us today. That's what they did.
Well, stop and think about it. Did in the alibi, and I haven't even studied it that strong yet, does the alibi say we agree with the phone pings and the times y'all have our car and vehicle making that
No.
Y turn and all that?
No.
All Ann says is he was driving around at night.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't say we agree with the state on where his car was.
Then explain her previous motion that says that he was not at 1122.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Some of
That's
her
what I'm saying.
statements have been a little bit contradictory to me.
Now,
I'm
like I
sorry?
said at the beginning of the show, it's a poor alibi, but she's not conceding to the state that y'all had the phone pings correct and the videos correct. All she's saying is my client was driving around late at night and he was not at 11:22. Now,
But
prove.
see, she's
I
probably
do
saying
think
that.
it's hard. I think that one thing that they would have a very hard time disputing is where the phone and the car are moving together, right? Because they have that whole route, and then they also have it the next day where the phone and the car are pinging together, and he gets out of the car. So, and they have
Right.
him on video there. So that's
Yeah, but
something that
that's
they're
their only
not going to
triumph.
be able to argue against at least easily. But
I
how
think this
can
is-
they prove that? I mean, I'm just based on what we can see. They haven't shown us that it is his car that poofed from Pullman all the way over to the Indian Hills part of Moscow?
Yes. Yeah.
And in that region. So there's not those two things that are correlating the two objects like they have with the rest of that route.
I think this is going to be just a battle of experts, and the defense just basically trying to poke holes in everything during trial. That's all they can really do. And then, because it doesn't sound like they have their own independent, witness and evidence.
And I'll go back to
Because he's aware that they can broaden the definition of alibi, and talking about the person claiming alibi was out of place.
But they did not file a specific alibi. It is not a filing of an alibi.
Exactly, it's an alibi within an objection, so it doesn't really count. So that's why the attorney that I talked to said that the judge may throw this out entirely because this is not a proper motion. It's not a proper filing. There's a small chance the judge may toss it out.
I don't think. Sorry, Riddler.
Go ahead, Avery.
I don't think that's going to happen. But let me ask you guys: is it confirmed that his phone was actually in airplane mode, or is it a possibility that his phone just didn't have service? Do we know that?
It just said it was either off or in airplane mode. All right, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family.
So
maybe the battery was flat.
It said off or in airplane mode.
No.
I gotta find it in the PCA.
It says
excuse me,
that at approximately 4:27, the 8458 phone stopped reporting to the network, which is consistent with the phone either being in an area without cellular coverage, the connection to the network being disabled, such as putting the phone in airplane mode, or that the phone is turned off.
And they should be able to tell by his previous pings if he's going to an area without coverage.
Right, and when they pull the data off of that phone, they're going to know what actually did they know by looking, as we saw in that previous trial. They can tell if you turn it off. They can tell if you turn on airplane mode. They can tell everything that you do on your device before it turns off. They can tell.
Yeah, that'll be in the task report, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
They don't have that till they get the actual physical phone. So
that's not true. We went through this in the Rodney case. When you power down a phone or put it into airplane mode, it sends a final message on the network. As your phone is powering down, it sends a message with pertinent information like your battery level, your location, the signal strength, etc.
You said when you put your phone in airplane mode, it sends a final notification.
Correct to the network.
Wait, did you say whenever you whenever you power it down or put it in airplane mode?
When you power it down, I don't know about airplane mode, but when you power it down or the battery dies, the only time that it will not send that is if it's severely damaged, like instantaneous.
Okay.
So why the 3 options open in the PCA?
So because they were waiting to get their hands on the device so they could figure it out.
No, but that's not what Big Al just said.
They don't need the device.
Exactly.
Which is why they're probably waiting to get the expert on the stand to cross-examine them when they say, well, we have it right here that you powered down the phone and you had 23% battery life. They don't need to put that in the PCA.
Just like with Alec Murdaugh, if you go back to some of that, you'll see that it's not going to really matter if he did send anything. If he did send anything to the network, right? If he did turn it off or something, then they probably already know that, maybe. But the phone itself will be the definitive answer for what happened on that device and when.
Unless he did a complete scrub on the phone. which is a possibility.
I wonder
He
how
is a tech guy.
big of a cleaning that he would have done, because that's actually
It's not very hard. It's not very hard for someone who knows what they're doing. You can download the whole phone to an APK file, wipe the phone, run BleachBit on it, and put the APK file back on, and bring it back to whatever date you want it to.
Yeah, I agree. It just depends on how you do it. If it's like I just went into my settings and did like a factory reset, that doesn't delete everything. They can still get it.
It deletes nothing.
No, exactly. Just
Big
like
Al,
the hard drive, when you delete something off your computer, it's still there. So,
Big Al, I was taking notes on what you just said. APK file.
I think it's an APK file. Basically, what you do is you download the whole phone, and then you can run
this information later in life.
This is what people do when they and I don't know a shit ton about it. I messed with it a little bit in the very beginning of Android, but basically that's how you jailbreak your phone to install apps that the Play Store doesn't have, or turn off certain features. Or,
you mean developer mode? That's developer mode, yeah.
Not necessarily I'm not really talking about developer mode. I'm talking about turning all that off. It's not just developer mode. I'm sure there's someone in the chat that's a cell phone guy rootkit. I'm sorry. Thank you, William Tardy. They root the phone and break it down to where it's no longer controlled by Google, if that makes sense. Because with Google, when you have a regular Android phone, you can only install things from the Play Store, right? You have to get it from the Play Store before you can have that app on your phone. When you root your phone, you can bring in I think they're APK files, which are programs or whatever, and you can condense everything into one file and bring the phone. When you root your phone, you back it up into, I think it's an APK. I'm not 100% sure.
Well,
but you back up your phone, so when you root the phone, if you screw up, you can bring it back to where it was.
What about Google though? What about everything that's already been backed up and saved, all the data, locations, searches, everything that's on Google and on Chrome that they save for at least 2 months, and it says that on the Google website.
Okay,
Even if you delete it or you clean your device, they've still got it for at least 2 months.
Right.
What about that?
If you turn off location monitoring in Google, I don't know that it still keeps it or not.
It still does. I could literally show you the article. It does, and Chrome specifically does, even if you're not even using Google, even if you're using Bing.
Okay.
Chrome is still tracking you.
I know. I used Google location services to get out of a speeding ticket last year. I brought it right into the judge and said, here's where this guy said I was speeding. Here's my route. Here's where this shows you how fast I was going. And I got out of a speeding ticket with it.
That's crazy, because you can also go into Google and into your activity and change. You can delete stuff off of your activity.
Yep.
Really? Google tells how fast you're going?
Oh yeah, it tracks every turn, every road, every trip you make.
Yep, it's all.
It tracks businesses you go to.
Yep.
Businesses you go to, how long you're there.
But you can also edit that, so I'm just surprised that a court took it.
I don't know that it's as editable as you think. I had to give them my username and password.
It to show a judge, right? They're not going to go into the back end and see,
I gave my username and password, but I printed it all out and showed the judge.
Yeah, that's crazy. Because anybody can delete their routes.
Yeah, I mean, well, the thing was they tried to get me in a speed trap on an Indian reservation outside of a casino.
Well, dude, I'm keeping that idea, because if I'm ever in that same boat, I'm just going to go edit my route, whether I was there or not.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that you're confused or not on what you can edit and what you can't.
You can literally drag so let's say I went from point A to point B to C to D to F. I can just completely take out C and E if I want to and move it to where I went down a different road. You can completely edit your whole route that it shows in your Google history.
I'd have to look into that. But I know I pulled it up and I showed the judge, and it showed my speed and it showed how long I was stopped on the side of the road, and it all matched with his ticket and his report. And he said, "You're out of here."
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, let me grab this real quick. Huda, thank you so much for that super chat. And she says, if the phone is on flight mode, the police can find it out. Barry Morphew and Larry Millett was on flight mode.
Awesome.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Larry Millette was that it. She's right.
Airplane mode doesn't turn off Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. Just a cellular radio.
Really? Dang.
No, it turns
Correct.
off Wi-Fi. It turns off your data and Wi-Fi.
It does
but
not
does
turn off Wi-Fi.
Bluetooth.
It does not turn
You
off
have to
Wi-Fi.
manually turn off your Wi-Fi,
Hold on,
but it
I'm gonna-
doesn't turn off your GPS.
Correct. Yes. Still doesn't turn off your location. Okay. So
Like, I
Big
want to
Mama
get the
phone
phone and
on.
try it, but I'm not going to mess with it.
okay. So I've got my Wi-Fi on. I'm gonna. Okay.
Think
And
about Find My iDevice or Find My Device.
when I just put my phone in airplane mode, my Wi-Fi and Bluetooth turned off. Now I'm going to take it off of Wi-Fi, off of airplane mode, and the Bluetooth and Wi-Fi came back on. You
Hi,
guys keep
Ara.
forgetting your phones.
On my phone, when I put it in airplane mode, Wi-Fi does not shut off, and neither does Bluetooth until I turn it off.
It does on mine. I can do a screen record.
I've used it hundreds. I've used it hundreds of times on hundreds of flights.
I have it. That's what I was just getting ready to say. If that is the case, how can you have your phone on airplane mode and still be able to use their Wi-Fi?
You can have your phone on airplane mode and still use Wi-Fi.
That's what I'm saying.
That's absolute. I do that every day at school, so I don't get notification. I just want people to leave me alone. But the Wi-Fi is accessible, like when you're on an airplane.
Otherwise, if you're on a flight, you cannot.
Exactly.
You can't use their Wi-Fi.
Okay, so on my phone, because I just tested it, it does turn it off for me when I turn my phone into airplane mode, but I can turn Wi-Fi back on while I'm in airplane mode. Okay.
I would say you're
That's
looking at
something
a
different,
device-specific thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've never had a phone that turned off my Wi-Fi when I put it in airplane mode.
So we're talking about iPhone. iPhones won't do that.
Oh, he's got an iPhone?
I don't know.
Android.
But
No,
I'm
Bryan
saying
had an
that
Android.
on the iPhones is where you can put it on airplane mode and still get Wi-Fi. I don't know if.
Well, I can on Android. I did forever.
There you go.
I was on airplanes 5 days a week, so I was constantly on Wi-Fi on the plane.
I don't even see airplane mode on mine.
It's the button with the little airplane on it.
Yeah, I don't see it. I know. Really?
Sorry.
No, I'm saying like on my drop down thing, I don't have it. I mean,
Slide over one menu. If you never use it.
Yeah, I did. I went.
Menu.
Yeah, I went all the way over and I don't have it.
I'm actually glad that he said that because I've been looking and looking, and now I see the airplane.
And hello to everyone on panel. Thank you, Miss Scarlett.
All right, how are you?
So the way that I am kind of reading this is they just gave somewhat of an alibi so they could use an alibi defense.
Yes, it's a way to slip the alibi in without actually raising the alibi defense legally.
Right.
And like I said, it might be a problem. I don't know if the judge will do anything
Sounds
about it or
legally
not.
shady to me.
It's slick, that's for sure. It is very slick.
Well, that's what I was referring to at the beginning after Scarlett. Now I'm calling her Charlotte. After Scarlett read the alibi, I said, "Is that judge going to accept this? Does he have to, or is he going to say?" Because if he accepts this, Ann just got big wiggle room.
Yep.
That gave her now, she can do all kinds of things as far as does she want to put Kohberger on the stand or not.
Wait, I'm confused. So is this in response? Is this in response to the challenge of the indictment, or this is totally different? Because
it's an objection to the state's motion.
Okay, did she file something else regarding the grand jury, like another issue that she had with the grand jury indictment?
What was that last one that she filed, Scarlett?
Okay, so she did. Hold on, I gotta find it. There was an order sealing jury panel selection. But that came out from the judge.
Look, I'm wondering, is this like some sort of chess game? Because because the alibi was not given or whatever it was until the last minute. So sometimes I see these moves as a gameplay, and that might be very irresponsible of me to do so. However, this is how lawyers think. It's all about power with them, essentially. So is this alibi, did they wait until a certain time to deliver it? Is how long they waited gonna affect how the opposing people like absorb it and how they react to it? You know what I mean? It's kind of like a game. Or am I speaking way off here? Sorry.
Well, I think what's
Makes
happening is the
sense.
defense is firing back at the state. You give us a little bit of stuff, we're going to give you a little bit. Now, you're not going to get the whole picture, just like you're not giving us the whole picture. Remember, she needed Bethany's statement, which, according to her detective, could get Bryan off this case right now. And they cannot, if for that grand jury, because he went to a grand jury, he stopped them from talking to Bethany. If his case was, this is when I said he doesn't have a rock solid case, because if his case was so rock solid, I mean, beyond the shadow of a doubt, forget about reasonable doubt and probable cause, he would say, you go talk to anybody you want to. We don't care. We got it right here. He can't get out of it. We got him in the house. We got his this in the house. We got that in the house. We've got everything we need. So go ahead and talk to Bethany. We don't care. But the state stopped them from talking to Bethany, and it may be nothing what she says.
I think they have interviewed her since, though, right?
No.
I thought they finally agreed to interview her at some location.
Yeah, that was before the grand jury happened, though.
Okay.
Do you remember we had the Michigan defense attorney on here, and I asked him the question, did the grand jury prevent the defense from interviewing Bethany? He said yes. That ended it.
Okay, Candy. The Blackthorn, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you? Sorry. Can y'all hear me? Like, can you hear my phone?
Yeah, we can hear you good.
Can you hear it echoing though?
No.
No, I don't hear an echo.
Okay, I just want to make sure because I can hear. I've never done this before, so.
Oh, okay.
Do you have your
You took
YouTube
mine.
turned down and everything in the back?
Yeah, everything's turned down, but my phone, I can hear you through my phone. I just want to make sure you can't hear my phone echoing backwards.
You're very mysterious looking, Blackthorn.
It's just a photograph.
Are you?
I just kind of want to explain kind of how the cast system data works, how the cast team works.
Okay.
And it might shed a little bit of light on how they're going to kind of pinpoint this white Elantra and match it up with Mr. Kohberger.
Sweet.
And what happens is they take a box. It's called a gladiator. It has some numbers at the end of it. I don't remember the numbers, but what they do is they drive around to known locations that they know this white Elantra was at. And they bounce a signal off the cell phone towers, and they match that with his cell phone. And what'll happen is it'll give an exact measurement of what they already know places his cell phone has been, and known locations where his car has been are this white Elantra.
Mm-hmm.
It's not necessarily his car, but that white Elantra or white car that they see in the photographs, they'll take that. And they know exact locations because they have photographs of it in certain places. And anywhere that his phone was on or pinging, they will be able to match that with his car together. And basically it doesn't prove that it was him in the car, but it proves that his phone and that car were together. And that's what they'll do. All those places he went, the whole route that he went from to the Albertsons, to all that, those known locations, they'll be able to put his cell phone with that white Elantra.
Even if his phone is off or in airplane mode, they can still do that?
I'm not sure. I don't think that they can do it if it's off. I'm not sure for a fact, but that it'll be telling that his car will be like at the Albertsons. They know he was there. They know his phone was there.
Right.
They'll match that car and video surveillance to other video surveillance in other locations where they know his phone was at. Like, let's say one of the downtown cameras that caught him through a traffic camera. If his phone was on when he went through that camera, they'll be able to match his phone with the camera and put them in the exact same location within feet of each other.
Yes. Do you know anything about the Dragnet or the Stingray systems?
The Stingray is not it has. I've heard Riddler and I think Big Al explain it before, but I know basically the same thing that they do. It has to be active at the time that this murder occurred by chance. They have to be investigating someone in the near area within the vicinity of that Stingray. It acts as a fake cell phone tower, and what happens is it catches everybody's cell phone in the whole area, anybody. And basically they target the phones that they're looking for, like say they got a drug dealer or a robbery suspect and they know his number. They can take anything, they can get anything off their phone. They can get their text messages, they can look at their app data, they can get their phone calls, they can listen to their phone calls, they can even install like bug hardware, like spyware on your phone. With it utilizes 4G and 2G, so
that's the Stingray that pretends that it's a cell tower, right?
Yeah, but it's not really relevant in this case unless there was one active during an investigation. It isn't like they can activate it later and catch cell phones. They would have to catch it. It would have to be active at the time of the murders to catch the murderer's cell phone.
It's not a convenient device to use.
No, and it's illegal too. It is
illegal.
The FBI really is the main people that use it.
Hey, Scarlett, I just put an article in the back that shows the Stingray, how it worked in a case, but it failed at first, and actually somebody was falsely accused, and it was kind of a mess.
Is it a guy with a Honda Accord, and they caught his Google account or something? And it was a murder suspect.
Somebody named Molina.
Yeah, it was a Hispanic guy. He was driving a white Honda Accord, and his phone happened to be in the back seat of the car, and they pegged him as a murder suspect, and he wasn't even there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask you what, like, you seem to know a lot of information. Are you in the tech field, or are you
No, I just read a lot.
Oh, okay.
I just know a lot about a lot of things.
You kind of sound like a cop.
No, I'm not a cop.
I just dropped in the back chat the article about the FOIA request for the CAS system, and it literally goes through and explains everything.
Okay.
Yeah,
all of it.
It'll be able to, they used it in the Alex Murdaugh trial. They used it in Lori, or I don't know if they used it in Lori Daybell, but they're going to use it in Chad Daybell's. That's how they pinpointed where Tylee and JJ were. They're going to use it with the Gilgo Beach killer, and they're going to use it in this case.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Blackthorn.
Yes, ma'am.
Just I want to make sure that I have this right in my head, because that's new to me as far as everything. So what they can do is, okay, so I thought it was live. It can only be used while it was live. Are you saying that as long as their phone was live at that time, they can go back?
Yes, because see what happens is cell phone providers, they know everywhere you go. Your Google,
Yeah.
Your phone is a surveillance device. It's a GPS.
Right.
It tracks you everywhere you go. Your Google account, you can go into your Google account and see everywhere you went, as long as you have your location history activated.
Yeah, I understand.
They can get all that, and they can get all that. Regardless of all that, your cell phone provider has everywhere you've ever been even
Right.
if you don't have permissions. They
Right.
know, and law enforcement.
Oh, he's breaking up.
An
So,
important
go ahead. I'm sorry.
an important note about Google location services. I know a lot more and more people are having more and more than one email address on their phone, or more than one Google account on their phone.
Yeah.
If you do not have that service turned off on all of your accounts, that information lives somewhere.
Okay, so what I don't I worked for AT&T for 10 years, and I'm really pretty good at that. I've just never been involved in this aspect of it. So you were saying if they went driving around to the same area, okay, how does that work when they go driving around to the same areas that BK was in, and it can verify that he was there?
Yeah, well, what they'll do is they'll take his cell phone, where they can get measurements from his cell phone, how far away he was from a tower at known locations that they absolutely know he was at. They'll measure like the Albertsons to whatever cell phone tower his cell phone was connecting to. Then they'll take this black box, or this box called a Gladiator, and they will ping off that same exact tower in the same exact location that he was at, and they will match that, and that basically says, hey, this guy was here with this. And it'll be the exact measurement.
I get it.
That's what they used in, with the Alex Murdaugh case, when his phone had pinged when he was out on the
Right. I just never quite understood it. Yeah.
He was out there and it pinged off of a
and-
random tower, and they were driving around using that the thing to.
Yes.
It was a
Yes.
Right.
And you have
To
to keep in
prove it.
mind that even when you have all your stuff off, your location, Wi-Fi, all that, the apps on your phone, like your weather app, TikTok,
Are still reporting.
they're still
Everything.
recording. They're just not reporting it until you turn your stuff back on, and then bam, all that information goes
Right.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So you think you're hiding, but you're really not. And I think that
Any Wi-Fi device you drive past, you're trying to connect. Your phone tries to connect to it, regardless if it has a password or not. When you open your Wi-Fi device and see all those, like you're at the mall or something, you see every store's Wi-Fi device. Your phone has tried to connect to each one of those, but it can't because you haven't entered the password. But it still gives a handshake. So there is that digital footprint that your phone tried to, and that's how they know he tried to connect. He was close enough to connect to their Wi-Fi, is because it didn't connect, like as in like he was able to use it, put in a password, but it tried to give a handshake.
It threw the handshake.
That's
And
the
can you
passive
explain,
tracking, right?
Can I ask you a question, Blackthorn, if you know this one?
Sure.
How close do you have to be to somebody's Wi-Fi router to touch on it?
Too many variables.
It just depends. I mean, most people, it's like 50 feet. You know, when you drive out of your driveway, watch the next time you drop out when your Wi-Fi drops off your phone, and that's about how far, on average, everybody has.
All Wi-Fi routers are not the same, and neither are cellular devices and the Wi-Fi radios within them.
Yeah,
Most people
there are
have
so many
most people
variables.
have routers, and they had Comcast, for example. Okay, so they had the Comcast router, and it's just a regular home router, so it's not going to go like down.
It's only going to go like to the road, maybe, if that. You know, it's going to be the road, maybe that back parking lot behind their house, like right on the edge of it. I wouldn't say it hit the back edge, like that back wall. I wouldn't say it even reach that far.
Well, I mean, my Motorola router, I can pick it up a quarter mile away.
Whoa, that's crazy. Mine,
I have Yagi antennas and a 5 gigahertz router, though.
Gotcha.
Too many variables.
You're Big
Too
Al.
many variables to make a blanket statement about how far you have to be, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, you're Big Al. You've got all the good stuff. I mean, I don't think.
No, I've just been a nerd since '95. I mean, it's just, you know, that's just...
The average router, though, that you're going to get from your Wi-Fi provider is going to be, you know, just your basic. You're going to have 50 to 75 feet.
Yep.
And I'd
But
assume
it'll
that
throw a handshake a lot further.
Hell, I can't even get 50 feet off of mine, and mine's sitting right here by me at the window.
Yeah, we have a really, really good one. We have the highest speed internet that you can get, and I mean, my husband is IT master's degree, and he set up the best system that you can have, and ours does not go past the back of our yard or out into the street in the front of the house, and it's I don't even know what kind it is, but it's a really, really good one.
Tell him to get a couple Yagi antennas. He'll be all the way down the block.
Well, Yagi.
Yep.
She's thinking, what is that?
Because
it's a brand. It's a brand name.
Internet, you know, so we had to make sure we had enough gigabytes, you know.
Yeah, my point was it's hard to make blanket statements when every piece of hardware is different.
Yeah, and that's very true.
And they could have had more than one router as well.
Absolutely, I have 4 in my building.
Yeah.
With it being a 2- and 3-story house, they could have had a router. It would have been actually pretty likely that they had a router on each floor.
At least a repeater.
Or a repeater.
Yeah.
A repeater.
They probably had to have cell phone boosters as well.
Well, yeah, because you're talking 3 floors. Let's say if you just put it in the living room on the middle floor, is it going to reach all the way up to Kaylee and Maddie's room and all the way down to
right
Bethany's room?
It depends on the size of the house and if
what it's constructed of.
Hey, MB is backstage.
Yeah, there's so many variables with electronics. It's hard to make blanket statements. Is I guess my point.
Yeah.
All right.
I agree.
Marina and Liza, how are y'all?
Hi, Lisa.
Hi,
MB.
I can get down. I just wanted to shed a little bit of light on the cast team and how they worked. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Blackthorn.
Thank you for coming up and sharing all that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Y'all have a good evening. I'll still be listening, but y'all have a good evening.
All right. Same to you.
I'm going to drop that link in the chat one more time that explains the cast system and all the information that was gained from the FOIA request. And it's a really good article. It's kind of a long read, but it explains a lot.
Okay, yeah, I dropped it in there a little while ago. I was looking at it because I was going to read it, but it's like a lot to read.
It's pretty long.
Yeah, and the writing is like super small.
And it's very boring. But it's a good read if you want to understand what they're all about and what they're doing.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to bookmark it while I'm thinking about it. That way I can go back and read it. Max, they were accidentally timed out. They should be coming back in just a few minutes.
Hello, everybody.
How are you?
Hi, Liza.
Hi. I was late, of course, but I did like this paper. I just want to say that he wants, or I think the defense wants, everything that the state is getting. And if the defense opens up, the state could stop discovery or could stop a witness to get in the stand or to stop evidence to get into the trial. That's why they are saying we are not talking, and we are asking the court to let us stop talking, or and we can explain that to the court ex parte, meaning without the state in front of us.
Right.
Exactly.
Because with those, I have no clue how things work. I try to learn, but I'm not good at it. But by him saying that he has a habit of long night driving, well, the same way the state is saying he went to the house 12, 15, I don't know how many times, in the span of I don't know how many days, they can go back a month. And where he was a month ago, was he going around in the middle of the night? Is a habit or is not a habit? And then you have doubt.
Yeah, because I was even wondering. Ann's claiming that this is a habit of his. So he goes and he drives out alone late at night, and I get it. A lot of people do it if they can't sleep or whatever. Um, but I'm wondering if they can go back, like when he was in Pennsylvania. Did he do it while he was out there? Did he do it the whole
Well,
time he was living in Washington?
at the very least in Pennsylvania, he used to go out running with his buddy
Yeah,
at 1, 2 a.m., they said.
right. And his
It wouldn't
what is it?
surprise me.
The Strava account even showed that he was out running at like 12:30 in the morning.
I think it's
And
really weird that the defense is wanting to speak to the judge in private. Do you think that
why?
the judge will actually do it?
I don't agree with that at all. I think that she's saying that I'm not full of crap when I'm telling you that I'm showing the prosecution everything that I can without them starting to get into exactly what
What they're planning
is
on
it Lisa
doing.
or Liza?
Liza.
Could you read that part again?
Yeah,
Lisa?
let me grab it real quick.
Maybe I misread it. I'm not sure.
Pull it up.
Anyone you guys want,
I thought they
Lisa
were
or
wanting
Liza?
to explain
Where?
it. Oh, I love your background, Scarlett.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
Both
yes,
sides
nice.
want to get in each other's playbook.
Yeah.
Yeah. Protected work product. So continued inquiry into this junction delves into his case investigation as well as protected work product. So that would give them a view into the defense strategy and what they're focusing on, who they think that they can get this information from, how they think they can get it, and what they're looking for. And they're telling the judge, hey, we're more than willing to show you that we're not just like bluffing, but we can't be showing this stuff to the defense. I'm sorry, to the prosecution. They don't have
Oh,
the right
okay.
to
So
see
they're
this.
willing to let the judge peek, but not the state. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, I
All
got
right.
you.
And this is it. I believe the state's motion is an attempt to force the defense to open its work product file and let the state peek inside. The defense has stated all that can firmly be stated at this time. This is not a trial by ambush from the defense. This is the defense requesting information as quickly as possible. Yet, in some instances, face the delay of requesting a court order to obtain information, the state continually uses the opportunities to attempt to force a waiver of speedy trial, and this is a decision left to Mr. Kohberger and Mr. Kohberger alone.
And this I love because here the defense is telling everybody who wants to listen, I want my speedy trial. I'm not the one around. Kohberger wants his speedy trial. It's not us. It's the state that wants to stop the speedy trial because they don't have everything.
Yes, I agree. Tell them to back off.
Okay, let me get it.
Oh,
Excuse me. All right, I got to
Hey,
exit
can
off.
you guys hear me better?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't coming through well enough before. I switched my sound settings.
Wait, you did what?
I switched my sound settings on StreamYard
Oh, okay.
for cause on a Bluetooth.
Okay. Yeah, taking many. Wait, y'all, I cannot see nothing tonight. This is crazy.
so, Lisa, what do you think about the strategy that Anne took with this?
At the beginning, I probably thought that he was throwing spaghetti at the wall, but with this, I don't think so. I think that she's committed to try to get to a good defense,
Mm-hmm.
and they are afraid if they show their hands a witness that could be helpful for the defense will not show up or will get shut down by the prosecution. I don't know. That's what I think I'm reading between lines, but I just read this an hour ago.
No, yeah, I think that's a good point. I agree. Yep.
And also she's saying we understand we need to tell the court where we are, where he was. He's saying he was not there, but we don't have witnesses. We're expecting to cross-examine those witnesses. And we didn't do it before because the state put a secret grand jury when we had planned, because the state and the defense agree to other than a grand jury, but the state blindsided the defense with the grand jury. I mean, she's mad. She's still mad.
Yeah.
She's trying, and I understand I don't know if Kohberger is guilty or not. I have no clue. I don't have a crystal ball, but if he's true, if he threw the iPad to the wall, I understand, because if it was me and I was blindsided with a grand jury, I will be freaking mad. I don't know. I have thrown things once or twice.
Yeah. Me too.
Okay, yeah, and I'm still here. I'm trying to read something real quick.
Does anyone know off the top of their head who the main ISP is in Moscow? Is it Comcast?
I don't know.
You mean Xfinity?
Yeah, Xfinity, I guess Comcast, yeah. I'm just wondering who their main
They
ISP is.
They had a search warrant for the internet provider. One moment.
Thank you,
It's also going to
Fofa.
be, yeah, thank you. And it's also going to be different, like in different parts, because like College Town might not have the same capabilities, but I see what you're saying.
Usually they have a phone company and a cable company that offer an internet service, and I'm just wondering if it is Xfinity. Xfinity allows roaming across routers for connections and phone calls, and you don't even know someone's connecting to your router. So I'm doing a little bit of reading on how that process works and what the log files are.
Yeah, well, actually, like, I live in Westminster, and like we have like Verizon and Xfinity, but we also have this off-brand called King, and we use that because it is so cheap. I don't need a plan. Like, I am not locked into a contract. It's like actually freaking amazing, and we get the 5G and everything, even though it doesn't seem like it. But and like, and if I was in college and like I'm trying to pay for like all that with like 4 people, I'm gonna get the cheapest thing that has like the best. So it works well enough. We just feel like living
here. Summer.
My point behind asking the question. Go ahead.
Charter communications spectrum, wireless router, spectrum cable modem.
He's asking the internet service provider.
Yeah, that's Charter Communications. Right? I get it.
Oh, I've never heard of them.
I just want to look into if they do sharing off their routers, because that affects the log file and what would be available as far as whether or not handshakes to the device are being recorded and saved.
Yeah, isn't Spectrum isn't that like one of the providers?
Yeah,
I think
that's
that
what
Charter is like the big one, and then Spectrum is the internet service, I think. I'm not positive.
Eric put in chat that it's Spectrum.
I'm learning a whole new plethora of internet providers that I did not know existed.
Charter is called Charter is Spectrum.
Yeah, because it went to Charter, but it says about Spectrum.
The reason I ask,
see all the details.
The reason I ask is because Xfinity, or the previous company known as, they have huge log files in those routers they put in your house. because it keeps track of anyone coming. When you pay for their service, you're paying for it wherever there's a router.
Mhm.
So you can connect to any of
Yeah.
those routers on a guest network, and it logs those connections and the IMEA address, the MAC address, everything about the device. So I'm
Yeah, it
curious.
asks for that too about the Mac and the Mac
No
data.
disrespect, but honestly, this is going in 1 year now. This is like foreign language to me. This is like someone speaking, I don't know, Japanese to me. But I did want to touch on really quickly what something that Liza said about the grand jury. I was just thinking in general, like how many times does the grand jury get called in Idaho? Maybe somebody knows that. Maybe you can look that up. I was just curious.
I mean, I think that the bigger issue with the whole, like with them, is that they waived their right to a speedy preliminary hearing. They gave up that they thought, I feel like they thought that they had an agreement with them, and then they went behind their back to go to the grand
I,
jury, and they
I
were
agree with
planning on,
that.
yeah, and they had
Yeah.
been using that time to prepare, and then they took away that chance. It just seems kind of,
That's law, though, right? I mean, that seems like what like all this kind of lawyer stuff is about. In my opinion, this is just my opinion.
I mean, obviously
Yes,
it can happen, but I don't think that that's what they thought was going to happen. I think that they.
it's. I'm sorry, Fafa.
Oh no, go ahead. I'm done.
No,
I
I
think
have to agree
Scarlett was
with
going to
you.
say something.
Oh, no, no, no. I was reading something in chat. I'm trying
It's
to keep
legal,
up
they
with
can
this.
do it, but if you agree with the other part that we are doing something else and we are working, because you know, if you are going to do some stuff, it's not like, okay, I'm going to meet you in the 7-Eleven, taking my keys and my cards and going. It's a lot of paperwork, it's a lot of work to agree. And then they
You've
go
heard the say.
because I'm sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Keep going. No, keep going.
And they, the defense is working on, okay, we are going to do this and that, and then they go grand jury, really.
Mhm.
And they knew a few days ago because Mr. Goncalves' attorney say so. We knew that the grand jury was for this. The district or whatever it's called there, it didn't have any other big case. It
Yeah.
has to be for
I
this.
don't know if you've ever heard
Yeah,
the
that is.
saying, you can't. There's no such thing as an honest lawyer. Like
Okay.
they are ruthless.
Okay.
Yeah, but even even the devil, you make a deal with the devil and you expect the devil to keep up the deal.
Hey,
It
what up,
Honestly,
guys?
my mom's in law, and she would honestly say the same thing. You're making a deal with the devil. Sometimes. There are
Yeah,
some
at the
good
end,
lawyers, but I mean,
the devil is, it's just, you have to make those deals. I mean, I have made deals with people that I don't agree with, and I don't think that they are morally fine. But in between lawyers, they think, yeah,
You know,
they're
and it's
lot of
America.
times, a lot of times we have to go beyond the level of comfort. Things happen every day, everywhere. You have to have kind of a constitution to be able to make decisions that are not necessarily in your comfort zone. Aloha, everybody. This is the Richard. Good to see you. Good to hear from you.
Hey, Richard, how are you?
I don't
Hi.
know. Tell me.
Hi, Richard. Hi, Richard.
You sound good.
Thank you. I am using a new mic, and I will come on video here in a second. I've got a few really interesting visuals, though I don't want to distract from the conversation. Aloha, guys. Riddler, Al, everybody. I can't see everybody. Oh, it's Crime Sleuthin, yeah. Lady V. Yes.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
We got what? We have food. Let's see.
Fofa.
Fofa. Oh my God, I love your kitty. And your voice too, by the way. MB, this is the first time I've seen you up here or heard you. And my apologies, guys. I'm letting you know right now. I just had a call, so I'm popping back in, and I'm going to stay silent because I want you guys to continue what you were talking about. Liza, hey, good to see you, darling. Aloha, everybody.
Aloha.
Scarlet,
Aloha.
Yeah,
Scarlet,
Riddler. Yeah.
I was wondering if BK was, because he has made some mistakes. If he
Mhm.
brought that, if it was him allegedly, brought the phone into the house, could they still use that CAS system? Can they bring that gladiator box or that device into the house and find out if?
I don't. I'm gonna have to read more into it, and I don't know if Blackthorn is still in here, or if anybody else knows about that.
They can go back in time. That link, that first link that I put in the back chat, explains how they can go back in time and create kind of a net around the area that they're interested in and find out all devices and cell phones that were in that area, on or not.
Okay.
I feel like they would already have known all this information though. Like it would already have been presented and like looked into, right? No.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. It's just, it is probably a ton of data to go through to figure it all out. It's probably taken them a long time to do so. I don't know.
Just as a point of reference, Charter and Spectrum take part in the Wi-Fi on the Go program. Every one of their advanced routers has an access point for anyone who's enrolled in the Wi-Fi on the Go. So if you're close enough to any advanced router, which is most of homes have been upgraded to these, you can connect to someone's router and use that internet because you're part of that program.
Now, I'm curious about that because I'm not super familiar at the modern times, though relatively within the last few years, it wasn't always, well, it wasn't always automatic, right? You kind of had to give permissions. Isn't that so?
Now the permission is buried in your contract. It's an access point that you don't have any access to from your end.
Oh, good fucking God, man. Okay.
What my point was is, and Xfinity does the same thing, and Comcast did it previously. My point behind it is when it's an advanced router like that, there is a handshake log.
Okay.
So any device that tries to connect to one of those Wi-Fi access points, there's going to be a handshake log with either the IMEA or the MAC address for that device. So I would assume they went after all of that in their search warrants, and they're probably sifting through it looking for his device addresses.
Yeah, I mean, that is if you're still looking for him. But okay, yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Darn.
Oh no, I was gonna say they did include that in the search warrant.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm trying to think of which. I want to say AT&T, wasn't it?
Which, if he was in airplane mode,
Charter and Spectrum.
Oh, okay. Wait,
wait, no, there was an AT&T warrant.
No,
there
but
was.
Yeah,
with
I would
the
with the router or whatever.
Yeah, the
Well,
router.
this goes back to I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna find it. Shit.
If they serve Spectrum with a warrant, if they serve Spectrum with a warrant with his IMEA or his MAC address, it's a really simple query for a database manager to punch those numbers in and look for them in any of the log files that are on their cloud.
Now, I agree with that completely, and I'm actually going to play a little bit of Kohberger tonight. I decided Kohberger is pro Bryan Kohberger, whereas Kohberger is prosecution. I'm actually going to be leaning, because normally, as you guys know, I'm kind of ambivalent, out there. I don't care who or what or anything, though I am kind of leaning tonight's my conversation with you guys tonight. I think I am going to be offering some things on the defensive side. So I just wanted to let you guys know that.
Okay.
No, I think that I want to say, because this came so many nights in the conversation, the black box and the big owl problem with the black box. There's no black box, because if the man stopped somewhere, they could read it if it was a black box in the Elantra. The car is too old. It does not have it. It's not there. Big Owl is right.
Well, no, we can't say that. I mean, because it works. Like I said, normally I'm neutral, though I am kind of leaning on defense. No, it works both ways because if, I am Team Kohberger tonight. That's what I'm saying. Though I'm totally open because all I want is freaking justice, man. Somebody killed these kids, and we got to find out who. That is my motivation. Though I'm leaning towards picking out some of the pros of the Kohberger case, the defense, and even if there is no black box in the vehicle, which that's what we are led to believe, and the key words here is
It's not led to believe; it's a fact.
Well, no, it's not because
yes, it absolutely is a fact.
How is it a fact?
Because it wasn't available in that model year.
Yeah, wasn't that looked up?
Yes.
Okay, then that actually proves my point because it works for either the defense and the prosecution because both can say, well, you can't track me here, and oh, yes, we can because we can't track you. Well, wait a second.
Just because his vehicle did not have the navigation system, it was still equipped with Bluetooth. Please don't forget that. That Bluetooth was still collecting data.
No, Bluetooth was available.
It was available. We don't know for a fact that it was in his car. That to see my whole thing this whole time. Yeah, like I say, I'm making it known that I am going pro Kohberger tonight. Though my whole thing has been trying to pick out all of the things in which we do not know and certain things like the Bluetooth and everything, or there's a lot of things that are being assumed, though you can't. Like in the movie Long Kiss Goodnight, because I'm a movie guy. In the movie Long Kiss Goodnight, Samuel Jackson, he plays a sleazy private eye, and he says, "You know what happens when you make an assumption? You make an ass out of me and umption." Okay.
Yeah, I think, and I agree. I think all that's going to be answered once we get the Burl report on the vehicle. Then we'll know if they got anything or not.
And I hope to God we find. I mean, I want him. I mean, if he's the guy, imagine this. I want him to be guilty because we've focused all of this money, millions of dollars, on this one guy. And if it's not him, we have to go all the way back. Or, well, hopefully there's other investigations going on. There's other things going on. Though if not, imagine we just wasted an entire year, all this money, nothing. He walks and we still don't have the bad guys. Though if he is the guy, let's bust him. Let's get him. Though there's nothing at this second, nothing solid. What tells me he's not the guy? What tells me he is the guy? I'm just saying.
I mean, at this point, I couldn't convict him. But that's just my opinion.
At this second, no. There's not a lot who could, though. That's not saying he's not the guy. We got to find the freaking facts. And right now, nothing is solid. That's what I'm saying.
In a way, there is definitely reasonable doubt there. They could, because all the prosecution has to prove him guilty. The defense has to just give any means of reasonable doubt, and the defense has pretty good, in my opinion. So, I can see that.
Scarlett, do we know if any of the residents had any kind of Bluetooth devices? Being college kids, I'm sure they did in the rooms.
They had to have, but we don't know.
Yeah, someone had said that Kaylee, I believe it was, had a Bluetooth speaker in her room, but we don't know it as a fact. It was just something that was put out there.
And here's my...
And also...
I'm sorry.
Listen, it's at 4 a.m. Oh. Also, it's just really quick. It's at 4 a.m. So if you have a Bluetooth device, it doesn't mean it's charged. My Bluetooth device gets uncharged all the time. And at 4 a.m., after a day's worth of party or night worth of partying, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's circumstantial at best.
And the thing about these devices, because you guys know that I still have a disability. I'm working through it. I'm exercising. I'm getting to shape and all that. La-di-da. Though I've got nearly everything voice activated, meaning I can change my lights. I could turn on my TV, change the channels. I could play music. La-di-da. Though the thing is, even though it goes like say my ALXEA device, and I've got multiple though, they will eavesdrop here and there, though they only turn on via the code words. So now in my head, and I've always thought this, if I was going to get attacked, even before this situation, if somebody was going to come in here, first of all, I would say ALXEA call the emergency number, and it would start recording as well as make the phone call at the exact same time. Now, I'm not saying these kids had that, though. The technology that they have should most likely be even better than what I'm using here, because I buy the ghetto shit. All right, so they probably had, even their phones are probably voice activated, most likely. Take pictures while I'm standing over here, that kind of thing.
Yeah, our Wi-Fi is set up so that when either one of us come home and open the garage door, as soon as we pull in the driveway, we have the garage activated to start singing a song. It's funny.
How does it know? How does it know?
Huh?
How does it know? Is it voice activated, or is it a signal? Is it motion? How is it that it knows that? Because that's important.
It's whenever you connect to the Wi-Fi. Whenever we arrive home, it will turn on the garage lights and unlock the back door automatically.
Well, my question is, it automatically it senses your phone, and so it just turns on its own?
Yes.
You don't have to click any buttons or anything?
Nope, nothing at all. And
wow.
It's usually how we know each other's home, because the garage will start playing music.
That's awesome. And that's okay, let's all keep that in mind, because that could be a major player here. I'm not saying it is, though.
Well, they didn't have anything that did anything like that, though, Richard.
Wait, we don't know that, do we?
I mean, they might have been checking, like, for example.
So are you telling me, like, they're going to walk into the house and it's going to start playing song? I don't think that, I mean,
they probably didn't.
That's not something that you normally have.
I agree. Well, in my house, because
we also have a thing on
he's not saying.
I recommend the IFTTT app, if this then that, because you can, like he was saying, you can use your Alexa to connect to your cell phone.
Oh yeah, I got that.
So even if your phone is on silent, for example, I can tell the app to start playing music.
Well,
definitely.
What she's saying is, who would do that?
Y'all one at a time.
What she's saying is, but who would do that? I agree with you, and I'm sorry, I can't see who's talking. I'm so sorry. Who would do that?
I don't think that's the point, because he's not claiming he was not around the house. He's claiming he was not inside the house.
And that's my point too. Prove it. How's he inside the house? Yeah.
Exactly. I agree.
The only thing that shows him in the house is touch DNA. How reliable that touch DNA is, we'll find out in October.
Remember though, we don't know if they actually do have more evidence of him in the house. We just don't know yet. They might not.
Wouldn't they have brought it up? And why didn't prosecution? Well, actually, never mind. I mean, it answers itself. The prosecution did not mention the two other male inside the house and the one outside, because it did not fit their narrative. Like I said, I'm going on the defensive here. It does not fit their narrative. Therefore, we've never heard anything from the prosecution or the state mentioning that there were, in fact, other individuals found there.
Well, it goes back to that wording, total lack of DNA.
Right.
Yeah.
See, the only problem is, I lean more towards, he's involved some way, and there's probably more than one. But I'm going by past experience. Once again, I sound like a broken record. The Gainesville Ripper, the wrong guy got arrested. He gets arrested for, the police said they saw him hit his grandmother. She says, he didn't hit me. He just bumped into me. He gets arrested. And then when they go to tell him what they arrested him for, he's got 5 M1 charges on him. He's got mutilation of body, and he's got breaking and entering. So they say, yeah, you're the guy. You're the guy that did all this. They take it to a grand jury, and the grand jury says, no, he didn't. You don't have enough evidence for an indictment.
Wait a second. The grand jury actually did something right for once.
Well, they did. Yeah, they did. They got this one right. And so the guy, if you read his history, he had some bad breaks in high school. And he was in a bad car wreck, and he had these scars all over his face. And people stared at him. And he was once a fairly handsome boy. He was a surfer, football player, the whole works.
Okay.
So he's going to the University of Florida, and people say he talks wacky because he was his parents went through a horrible divorce, and he was real good with knives. He could do a lot of things with knives, so that's why they went after this guy.
Riddler, wasn't he also a former drug? Can I say drug user?
That I don't know. I know he was on mental medication. He had medication for because he has some mental issues. So regardless of all that, he's in jail for 10 months. And the sheriff's department down there, they're just smiling and beating their chest. We got him.
We got him.
And so they take a DNA swab of him, and guess what? It doesn't match. They still leave him in jail.
And how long ago was this, man?
You're talking about 1990. You can read about it. It's
I saved it.
Yes, the Gainesville Rippers, Danny Rolling that did it. Even Danny Rolling says, and so even after they convicted Danny Rolling, they says, well, we think you were with him. Once they got Danny Rolling, Danny says, I did it all by myself. I didn't need help.
Okay, so that's the link that you sent me, right, Riddler?
Right, that's the one I sent you today. The guy's name is Edward Humphreys. You can read his story.
Wait, the guy Everett is the innocent guy, right?
Edward, yes, Edward Humphrey, I believe is his name.
Okay.
And he was now he looks like he's going to fit the bill, and they had us all buffaloed. We all thought, oh, good. So everybody let their guard down. Once again, we went back to having night games and night events down at the University of Florida. Talk about a big campus. Back then, about 40,000 students. Today, 60-something thousand. And that money started pouring back in. And then all of a sudden, when they said the DNA, all right, let's roll up the red carpet. No more partying at night again. All classes at night are canceled till we find this guy.
Hey, Riddler, I'm going to go ahead and turn on my video. And the reason why I waited is because of exactly what you said. This guy looks different. Everybody thought he looked scary. Well, I set up, because I'm working on my project, and I went ahead and set up my lights and everything. And this is you ever watch the show Dexter and stuff? I'm going to show you some freaky stuff, though you all know me, and you know me via here. Though, would you think that I was a serial killer or something? And now let me turn on my video.
Okay, make sure that you say SK while you're on piano.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, I forgot about all that stuff. Okay.
But my whole point is, so I saw all that happen back then, and I just want to make sure. Oh, that's neat. I just want to make sure that they got the right guy, and they can put him in that house with solid evidence.
Right.
And once they find out who this guy is, they can call me up, and I'll throw him down the wood chipper.
I want him. I want the victim.
I have no problem.
Yeah.
And I want to throw him down feet first, and I want to turn it off once it gets past the kneecaps, and then turn it back on. Now, that's the way I feel, because you took away some darling lives.
That is true, Riddler.
We don't know how our world could have been different with them still in it.
Anybody who takes a human life is, I mean, okay, I have my own beliefs, spiritual beliefs, this and that and everything. When you take a life, there are repercussions. Let's see. Yeah. So the whole Dexter thing, the plastic and everything. Yeah, la-di-da. Though, when you take someone's life, you're destroying not one person. You're destroying a whole meta, the family, the friends, everybody. If this guy is is the one, then justice must be served. Now, justice must be served regardless, whoever it is, because imagine if it's not him, then we're still dealing with a bunch of, or multiple individuals out there who did this. And that's why I can't understand why people aren't keeping their minds open that if he didn't do it, well, no, he totally did it. No, wait a second. If he did not do it, no, he did it. Come on. If he did not do it, that means SKs are out there on the streets and we're wasting millions of dollars, and we know how community loves spending tax money. We got to find justice. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I agree with like who he is, whoever did this, who has been hurt. Like we've got 4 victims, and we have their families. But whoever did this, there's also that person's family that is hurt in all this, if they didn't know anything about it, of course.
Okay, so to Richard, you're on Bryan Kohberger's side.
Well, no. Tonight, I am playing for the defense, though I'm very much, and trust me, guys, some of you know me from other channels. I'm actually looking. I'm not even pointing fingers, because my big curiosity is there are certain things that make sense amongst all of this that doesn't make sense. So I'm looking at the things that make sense, because everybody is saying, "Oh well, none of this makes sense." Well, wait a second. There are a few things that add up, and so is that mine?
Long.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Short, I think you're trying to say that you're playing devil's advocate.
No. I'm hearing something. Okay.
Devil's advocate.
No. Tonight. No. I'm hearing some sound. Yeah. I'm playing devil's advocate, though. My whole thing has been to prove that there. Okay, it's turned down. Somebody changed some. Okay. Is that what we're looking at is kind of like the shiny keys. Look over here, or the magician, like in My Cousin Vinny. And he that's how he kind of gets over his nephew, and says, I broke down all that stuff and everything. I was able to pinpoint all the things that the magician was doing wrong, because the magician was lying to us.
Okay.
And I'm thinking that we're being lied to.
Richard?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to know, you playing defense right now.
Okay.
What do you think the evidence has that they have that says he's innocent?
Evidence has that they have that says he's innocent. Okay. Well, you know what? Being as flamboyant and aloof as I am, I can see how what Ann Taylor presented today as being legitimate. The reason being is that it is easy to establish that he roams around, because he does have previous records of doing such.
Where's the proof?
Where's the proof that it's not true?
No, he
They
was
say
out
that the
driving
proof-
around. I'm just saying, where's the proof that he's done this for? I'm just saying, where's the proof?
Actually, it's
of what you're
established
saying?
that he's nocturnal, like me, and that's the reason why I set all of this up, so I could appear creepy, because I myself love going to sleep when the sun rises. I'm nocturnal. I don't really care for solar people. All right.
Well, I agree. I'm the same way.
Okay.
But besides that, what else are you like? I'm not trying to grill you. What I'm trying
No.
to ask
You can grill
is,
me all day long,
if you're
baby.
playing, if you're playing the defense right now, I would like you to tell me, because we go over the evidence of him possibly being guilty a lot. So I'm asking you to toss out what you believe the defense has put forth that would veer toward more of his innocence.
Oh, I understand. I understand your challenge. It's not absolutely necessary from the defense's perspective, though we do know that he is active at night and that he is super tidy and cleanliness or whatever is kind of a well. I don't want to get into that. He does operate. I don't necessarily want to say operate because that might lead in a bad direction.
Wait, does anybody have music playing in the background?
Not
Summer
me.
says she hears music.
I hear it too.
Okay, if anybody's got music in the
That
background.
was my clock.
Oh, okay, okay.
The thing that the defense has going for it, first of all, is the team is immaculate. They're doing an incredibly good job parrying the whatever that the prosecution offers, and the prosecution began with a faulty PCA. The PCA has been or can be whittled down through so many different elements. Now, it doesn't matter. I mean, I know it sounds odd. It doesn't matter if he can say he was over at Burger King or if he was out snorting crack off somebody's ass. It doesn't matter as long as the prosecution can't pinpoint him in the house. What do I think his defense is? I think it's exactly where it needs to be at this second. Now, if we're going for one of the two options, he's guilty or he's not guilty. That's where I'm at, because I don't even think he's involved. I think, well, I mean, excuse me, he could be involved, though I do not think. I think we're looking in the wrong path. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
Now,
so why don't you think he's not even involved?
Give me any reason whatsoever other than something that somebody placed in the house.
That's what I'm asking you.
No, I just said it. There's nothing other than something that somebody placed underneath, and they also, if we're going to use names, yes, Richard, why not? Okay, Payne, he misspoke twice, or I mean, he told two different versions, and then his partner also said something. And there's one really key thing here when they're saying there's no body cams, which I do believe that's what they said. I could be incorrect there. Howsoever, we do know that, and for a fact, that there was one body cam, because one of the officers, and I do not have their names in front of me, one of the officers said, "Oh, I found out there was a dog by looking at the other officer's body cam."
That was Payne that said that.
No, Payne did not say that.
Yes, he did. I can pull it up in the PCA and show you that Payne is the one that said that.
I'd like you to do that.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, actually I would, because I thought it was, and I can't remember their names offhand. Generally, I'm not far wrong. I'm not too incorrect. Get it. Oh, sorry. Scrappy, move it.
All right. So this is the PCA.
Yeah, okay.
Statement of Brett Payne. You see it up there?
It's small. I got to switch you to another screen. Okay.
All right. Well,
I'm going to trust you. You just keep doing it. Okay.
Okay. Well, it says right there, Exhibit A, Statement of Brett Payne.
Which statement of him? Because he had two.
This is the PCA. And then he says, let me find right here. And
It's
this
the
little,
Idaho PCA, just to, if that's the question.
It says, I then followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consists of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Gonzalez, hereafter Gonzalez's room. I later learned from the review of Officer Nunez's body camera that there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Gonzalez and her ex-boyfriend, Jack Decor.
Okay, that is awesome. And actually, that kind of feeds into my main theory, though I'm not playing that one tonight. Okay, all right, that's good. Okay, so it was Payne. Okay, so he did something.
Scarlett's gone over this PCA too many times.
Yeah, I've literally got half of it memorized.
No, well, kind of me too. But yeah, but I'm looking at it from so many different gosh darn angles. That's good. Okay, I was thinking it was Nunes and Gunderson, or I thought another variation. Okay, so
Now,
well,
there is another PCA from Blaker who, if I'm not mistaken, also says almost word for word what Officer Payne's PCA says.
now isn't it interesting that Payne happens? Okay, do we know if is he no well, okay, playing the defense, is Payne a detective now? Because I do believe he was a corporal, or no, yeah, what is his rank, and how often was he promoted?
What difference does that make, Richard?
Well, because he was he came in at 4 p.m. After a lovely hunting trip and everything, and he made the coroner wait outside another hour. And then he was the first person to interview Kohberger. He flew all the way to Pennsylvania. And
I'm sorry, did you just say somebody made the coroner wait outside an extra
Yes, that's
hour?
what he said.
Yes.
That's what he
Yeah,
said.
that's what
Where
I said.
is that?
I don't think she got there until 5 or 5:30.
No,
That's the
she
reason
didn't.
why she didn't go in until that time.
So
Well, I
when
Where
remember.
does it say that she was made to wait? That's what I'm wanting to know.
Okay,
No.
okay.
I think that it was in one of the local news, or when she was talking in the beginning, that she said that she had to wait for the cops to tell for Ellie to tell her to get inside.
She got
She
she was there.
I do
Yes.
remember that. She said that she had to wait. We have to go back to interviews. But I remember I was like, why? And
So is that
I
the same
remember,
lady though that said that they were all asleep and blah blah blah?
yeah,
Kathy,
the lady, yes, the coroner. Coroner? Yes.
Yeah, she's the coroner up there.
But
Because
in Idaho, it's the way they do it. Ellie gives the go to the coroner to get in. I, they would do it that way.
the officers told the medical whoever is it the medical examiner or the coroner? Who gets there first between the two?
The coroner.
Okay, coroner
It depends on the state. It depends on the state.
Yeah, yes.
I think.
In this
It
case,
used to.
coroner.
So Nunes
What Liza
and
says.
no, Liza is absolutely correct, and I do believe it was when. Okay, so was it Mabut? That's her name. She said, I think she did 2 videos, and she was pretty much hey, we don't want you talking anymore. So there were 2 officers who showed up, and then 4 hours later, Payne and the other one showed up, and that's when the knife was discovered. So I'm wondering, okay, since the first responders had video of the dog, I wonder if that same video has footage of the knife sheath. Now you guys had the typos. Sheath.
We know what you're saying. We know what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, when we're doing all the text chats and everything, everybody's saying sheath. It has to be on camera. If he saw the dog, then I mean, if he walked through the whole scenario and made everybody get out and wait until Payne and the others showed up, and then even the coroner had to wait until Payne was done. I mean, reasonable doubt. How did the sheath get there?
So you're saying somebody planted it?
Now,
I know he's looking. Richard, can I say something?
Yes,
you're looking
please.
at this as if you were literally coming as the defense. So you're literally you're like literally being the defense in court, being like,
At the
how did the chief get there? Like, it could have gotten there from this means, that means, if there's not that many cameras. I mean, there are the doorbells, but I guess it could have been placed by, honestly, a roommate could have tucked it under with gloves under a jacket. It is, I mean, there's a lot of reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt. That's why it's really easy for the, not easy. It's certainly not easy for the defense, but also, but you have to remember they are getting judged by a jury of their peers, and everybody thinks he's already guilty. But which he's not. I actually, honestly, with this case, I don't know. I can't say that I actually think he is or he isn't. I really don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I think.
If I went down to the grub truck and grabbed 12 people and presented what was in the PCA, I bet I get a guilty verdict unanimously.
The thing about the PCA was it was written so precisely to be able to pinpoint, though it left out all these other details. And that's what I'm saying, like, overall, when I'm looking at this, they're leaving out certain things that we kind of need to account for. That's all I'm saying.
Both sides are. I'm just saying, convince me of your side, of me thinking that, because I'm on the fence. So I was just saying, convince me, you're the defense. Convince me that he's not guilty.
There were 20 FBI agents. Now, I had been saying 50, though I was wrong. In past lives, I was saying, well, why were there 50 FBI agents there on Friday? Well, there were 20 there that weekend. My personal feeling is this is so much bigger than one skinny brainiac incel crushing over some hot girls when he knows he's going to be making hundreds of thousands of dollars in the next couple of years. It doesn't make any sense. Why would
But
he
that
be?
doesn't have anything to do with convincing me.
Well,
oh my God, can I interject really quickly, Scarlett? Like, because you know that I have a problem with this. I am going to interrupt. Scarlett, you should have a mock trial.
A mock, excuse me, a mock trial.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, like 3 for the defense and 3 for the prosecution, type thing. One day, I don't know, maybe. I don't know.
I get Scarlet and
I would
Riddler.
love that.
It's a good idea, and I don't even have to use my special serial killer effects. I mean,
I think it would be fun. It's kind of fun. It would have to be controlled, but I don't know. Maybe this is an idea. I think that would kind of be fun.
And on the pain involvement, I think that it was Chief Fry that said that he shows pain because he had previous military experience.
That is true.
It was nothing else. That it was not his seniority in the department. That was the explanation that Fry gave.
That's exactly correct.
Nothing else. And I don't think that just because you were in the military, you know more than other people. I mean, if he was with military police doing cases, fine. But just in the military, no. You can be in the military and just do. You can be in the military in the kitchens in a submarine. What does that say that you have any detective experience?
Yeah, but
no more
okay,
than me.
so
Nothing.
here's my issue, okay? I don't see what Bluetooth in the house has to do with anything. It may activate for the girls if they have it set up, but it's not going to activate for him. So I don't see how Bluetooth is going to make any difference. And so far, Richard, you haven't really given me any reason.
I don't have to give you shit, honey. You're the prosecutor. You're the one.
Wait.
No, I apologize.
Wait, hold on. Please do not cuss at anybody on my panel.
Well, I didn't mean it like that. Because I don't cuss on purpose. I don't mean it in a bad way. I'm just saying, no, the defense hasn't. Prosecution hasn't given anything either.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
But
sorry.
I understand that, Richard. I do, and I know what you were saying when you said it, and that's cool. You're right. They don't have to give me a thing. But if you are sitting here talking to me, not
Okay.
the prosecution, you're sitting here talking to a juror, I want you to convince me. Throw facts at me. Don't throw whatevers. Don't throw Bluetooth. Don't throw anything at me. Give me some facts of why you think he's innocent.
Okay. I wasn't the one who brought up Bluetooth. Though the defense is kind of operating in the same vein. They're actually taking things that prosecution is saying and they're twisting it as that is what a defense should do, because he has chosen to stay silent, and his choice. I mean, that's a right by any citizen, the right to remain silent. So
I get
therefore,
that, but you haven't said anything so far to try to sway me to that side.
well,
I mean,
it's
I don't mean any disrespect. I
no, of
really
course
don't.
not. Of
But
course
if
not.
we're
Yeah,
playing
yeah.
devil's advocate here, then I'm going to play the opposite side of that and be your juror. And so far, because we're sitting on the fence here as a jury and we're saying we can't convict him. Okay. I'm a very just person when it comes to, I'm not going to make a decision until the end and I find out all the facts. We have more facts of him being guilty than we do innocent. And the only things that you're giving me is that the prosecution says something and the defense twists it. And you're absolutely right. But that isn't a fact. That isn't evidence. That is nothing. So I'm not saying, as a defense attorney, try to get me to change my mind. I'm saying you're talking to me as a friend. Now, you tell me what so stands out to you that you think he's innocent.
Well, see, we can't say friend or
I think that
otherwise
the question,
because
I'm sorry, I think that the question will be if we can, I inside a court, I can say that he will be innocent right now. Outside of court, my personal feelings are different. I think that right now the prosecution is telling me he's guilty. You have his DNA. How DNA got there? How else? Who saw him? Nobody. What the prosecution can prove to me? Nothing. He was going around in circles. He did a 3-way, 5-way point. Okay, when I get lost, I do the same thing. It give what I think. My personal feeling, maybe he did it, but I cannot prove it. If I cannot prove it, he's not guilty in a court of law.
I totally agree with you, Lisa. I'm just trying to understand why somebody could be so certain that he's innocent when we have more facts that he's guilty than we do in being innocent.
Perhaps you're
But
misunderstanding me, though. I'm not so certain. I'm playing a character right now. That's what
Well,
I'm
yeah, but
saying.
you're playing the character. So if you're going to play it out, if you're going to play that character, then play the character and
yeah,
give me information that might make me think differently. I'm seriously, I'm not trying to be a smart aleck. I'm seriously saying, tell me something that I must have missed along the way, Mr. Defense, that might change my mind. I'm not trying to be smart aleck. I'm really not. I'd
That's
like
the
to
whole
hear
process.
from it.
That's the whole process. Prosecution says something and the defense rebukes it. Whereas I can say, what proof do you have? Anything whatsoever where he was in the house. That is the defense at this second.
At the same time, at the same time, the defense, or let's just say BK, hasn't been able to give his story. We can't get facts from them because every time they try to do something, the state is smart. They use whether you want to call it tactical or strategic.
Yeah.
They went and got the grand jury, so that squashed that. Every time they try to do something, they get squashed and stepped on. And I don't know who wrote the laws in Idaho. They're probably the same in Florida. But I don't see how the defense has a fair chance. And it's just play devil's advocate. This guy comes out and they're found out he's innocent. Boy, look how many days he spent in jail.
No, I totally agree. But
But I think Lisa, I guess that's her name. Lisa said it the best. Outside of the courtroom, I think he's guilty. But if I go as a juror, not guilty.
yeah, I can't
Right now,
convict him. I can't convict
right
him
now I
either.
could not convict him because
No sane person, no reasonable person would convict today. If you
No.
would convict today, there's something wrong with you. If you think that he is innocent today, there's something wrong with you.
And
Both
I
ways.
agree.
Both ways.
I agree. But what I'm
I
saying,
see both sides of this perfectly. I get and understand both sides today. We have to wait to trial to see everything. And I'm telling you, there is a crap load of evidence on the state side against him that we have not
I believe
seen.
that.
And there's some, surely, although after reading this alibi that wasn't today, I'm not so sure about the defense side with the
okay.
no alibi.
That was exactly where I was going with this, Debbie, is the fact that we had a continuance, right? So they could work on their alibi, right? And the best they could come up with is what he was driving around. I mean, that's
It's
pretty
honestly
sad.
ridiculous. And
when you read the alibi, it looks like the defense is desperate.
It does.
That's what it looks like on the alibi.
It's possible. I mean,
however,
it is possible.
she might have done that on purpose to give her a big wiggle room that she can ask him any kind of questions if they put him on the stand.
Exactly.
And we have to keep in mind that the defense is the one that's doing this trial in the public. The state is not. The defense, yes, they cannot lie, but they can absolutely lie by omission. And they're going to put things in whatever they possibly can, knowing that we're reading all of it. The potential jury pool is reading all of it.
Yeah, and they can twist it however they want to as well.
Yes.
They can take the words and twist it to make it
is brilliant.
seem like something it's not.
Exactly.
Hey,
so
give me just a second.
Richard, okay, I want you to understand one thing, okay?
I have to pop back out.
Keep...
My thing is messing up. I'm so sorry. You can keep talking. I should be able to hear you, but I gotta pop out and come back in. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
This is not a ploy. This is not a ploy.
I think people get stuck on the last thing that Ann Taylor filed. I hear people talk about it every day. People have made entire videos about that one sentence where she says, there's no explanation for there being none of the victim's DNA in Bryan Kohberger's car, apartment, or office. People have made entire 3-hour lives on that one sentence.
Right.
Like, come on. Right. Of course she's going to say that, and of course she can't lie. It is apparently true. We can agree on that. But it doesn't say that they didn't find any other evidence about him being there or in the house.
Exactly.
She's not going to put that in the motion.
And I want to be clear, guys. I'm not trying to say that he's not guilty. I believe he is at least involved. I believe that he has guilt on him. I really, really do. And I don't think they have the wrong person. But I am not the type of person to let my own opinion sway what I believe is justice, right or wrong. It's just like I've said before. I know doggone good and well that O.J. Simpson was guilty. But that one glove, that one thing was all they needed. And I'm trying to find that one thing in here, if we can so far, that says, oh, there is perfectly reasonable doubt. Now, the only reason that I have a lot of reasonable doubt, one of the reasons, is because of the unidentified DNA. But I believe they probably, I'm hoping they know who it is by now. Otherwise, that's going to kill them, in trial.
Exactly. Yeah. And I can't say this enough. I really wish that they hadn't done the grand jury. I wish they would have just done the preliminary hearing.
I agree.
Okay, 1 second.
Lady,
hold on, wait, y'all, 1 second. For everyone who is in chat, do not be disrespectful to anyone who is on panel. If you agree with them, that's fine. If you don't agree with them, that is fine also. But please be respectful of everyone in the chat and everyone who is on panel. Okay, go ahead.
I'm just trying to figure out. There may
Did I
be
say
more.
something wrong?
No,
Go ahead, Riddler.
if there was all this evidence, why is Ann fighting so hard on these little things? If there's
Because
there might be
Anne
and there
doesn't
might
have
be
all
tons
that
of
evidence.
evidence.
I'm sorry, Riddler.
She should have all the evidence that the state has right now.
Yeah, Riddler. I actually Oh no, sorry. Is that Big Al? It's not Riddler. Was that you, Big
So
Al? Who was speaking? I was
No,
right.
Big
It
Al
was
is.
Riddler.
Yeah, it's Riddler
It
talking.
was Riddler.
No.
Yeah, I was right. Sorry, Riddler. Okay. Sorry, go on with your question. Keep going.
Okay, go
Keep going.
ahead,
I
Riddler,
just
and
want to finish.
finish.
no, what I'm saying is if they had right now his red fluid on the door jamb in there, he's cooked, he's fried. So why would Ann be spinning wheels on this touch DNA on a knife sheath if they have something bigger? And of course, if I was her, I would go to BK and say, "Look, buddy, they got your red fluid on a door jamb or on a light fixture inside that house. You're done. You're through. The best thing I can tell you is to fire me. Go stand up next time we go to court and tell the judge you want me fired and I'm out of here. You got to find someone else to take this case if you're not going to plead guilty. Because it's going to be egg on her face if she's fighting this knife sheath when all the long she knew that his red fluid is anywhere in that
The
house.
house.
And then let me ask you this
Which
one last question. The unknown male sources of DNA. What if those are on the knife sheath? Now what?
Good question.
Now we got 3 people in the house?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we definitely have
Family and
3
friends.
people in the house.
Okay, wait, y'all. One
But
second. Let me grab this super chat. Family and friends,
yeah,
thank you so much for that. That was very nice of you. And they said Ellie saw the wounds on the bodies and said that this was a targeted murder from day one and no threat to the community. What clue made them say this, and how did Ellie know that it was not an SK? I have been asking that from day one whenever I first seen it. What clues did they find in their preliminary investigation, as they said, that there was no threat to the community when they didn't even know who this person was? To
yeah,
me,
and
that
I
is just irresponsible of
and
them.
I've always been stuck on Steve saying he didn't have, what did he say? He didn't have to go up the stairs.
Upstairs, yeah.
Did you say he or they didn't have to go upstairs?
He didn't have to go up the stairs. Actually, I think it
if
was
if
Steph.
you
I think he said
if
he
this
didn't
was
have to go up. Or wait a minute.
Just Ann,
if
your
this
camera's on. Do you want to leave it on? Okay.
And I wasn't trying to upset anybody. It's just if you're going to play defense, then I would like to know that point of view. Is all I
I've
was
got no
getting at.
stakes in this, darling. I appreciate you. I love your channel. I watch you. My tentacles are in every channel. That's the reason why I'm able to pop in with no emotions attached. And tonight I was feeling rather. As a matter of fact, I woke up at 5:30 this morning and I watched this guy get arrested for impersonating a U.S. Marshal. And then I watched the movie U.S. Marshals for the first time since 1988 or 1998. And it made me think, wait a second, if Bryan Kohberger was a suspect and he went down to Nevada and then he went throughout all the states and then over to Indiana, gets pulled over twice within 10 minutes for the same offense, driving too close, and then 2 weeks later he gets arrested at his parents' house in Pennsylvania, when we know that they were staking him out and they almost accidentally ran him over at night. I forget where I heard that. Though, okay, so where were the U.S. Marshals if this guy killed at least 4 people? Where were the U.S. Marshals? I mean, that's what I was thinking this morning when I woke up. So,
well, at this
that out
point he hadn't. At this point, he hadn't been at that point or whatever. He hadn't been convicted of this. And honestly, what everyone is saying, he does sound like the creeper from I don't know Elm Street. But
Oh my
and
God.
in the past, in the past, people have been found like they get caught for one thing and then they're found to like they look back and they find stuff other linked. But that's further from the point. We're just trying to get through this trial. Let's continue with this trial. And I'm like, it is really hard. That was all.
No, it does make sense. I mean, people have made him out to be the boogeyman, and I'm really interested to see how this works out. Because, okay, do not get me wrong. Good God, man. Okay, I heard about the case when it happened, and I'm very much into horror movies. I abhor, I hate real blood and real suffering and all of that, and so I avoided the whole Idaho thing. Though when I started hearing things about him, I'll tell you, my very first thoughts were, okay, so he's this student and he's studying all of this. Either he did it or he helped the individual who did it, or maybe, and please forgive me, his father's DNA was how they tracked him. So maybe his father was okay, just bear in mind, father was doing some bad stuff, and that's why he went into this path of his own. And then I started realizing, wait a second, I don't really trust mainstream media anymore, because a couple of my favorite channels started letting me down when facts started coming out. And then I started questioning, well, wait a second, if that doesn't make sense, then this. And I started looking how everything makes sense, and so much of this does not make sense. And that's where recently I started thinking, okay, if none of this makes sense, then let's find the things that do make sense. And so that's actually, aside from being pro or defense, I've been looking at what makes sense, and I'm not prepared to give my my theories on that at this second, not here tonight. Though I definitely think
I understand why it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because we just don't know what both sides know yet. It's not going to make sense until, we just started on the puzzle, right? We've only got a few pieces on the frame of the puzzle. As the trial begins and all the witnesses and evidence is put forward, the puzzle's going to be put together until it forms a picture of innocent or not. That's what we have to wait for. No, nothing makes any sense right now. Of course it's not. And that's why, like, these lives and videos and stuff, we're supposed to be, theorizing and speculating based on facts that we do know.
Justine, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, hon.
Hi, Justine.
I'm being haved.
You're being haved.
Neighbor.
Hey,
Hello.
yeah. Hey, I didn't want Sally Mae put me in a corner because she had too many people there. So I came up here to hide.
Sally Mae's been on top of it tonight.
I didn't mean to make anybody mad.
No, you haven't.
I love Sally Mae, boy.
I did too. Yes.
I was just going to say, I mean, if you're going to come up here and just throw out, like, things like, just, okay, so, like, if you're going to compare things to a movie,
yeah,
that's, you can't do that. It's not a movie. This is real life. In a movie, it's all laid out. It's all planned out. They know what's going to happen before it ends. But, I mean, just trying to relate that to a movie is, like, to me, just, that's not facts. That's not a reason.
No,
that's not anything. It's just a movie.
Real life is bloody.
Yes, I understand that. The thing is, if something, U.S. Marshals, what is their main purpose? They go from state to state.
That doesn't matter, Richard. That doesn't matter because this isn't U.S. Marshals. This is a real man with a real trial facing a real DP.
Well, Richard's asking a specific question about why weren't the U.S. Marshals involved? Their job is to enforce federal laws and provide support to the federal justice system. That is the mission of the U.S. Marshals Service.
They usually go after absconders, escapees, people who didn't
protection
show up
of
for
judges,
bail.
Court facilities.
Right. They didn't show up for bail. So
they wouldn't have anything to do with a murder case.
Okay. I just thought because if he was, well, actually, let's erase all of that. Let's just wipe it. He was on their radar. Why didn't they just do something in Idaho? Why did it take multi-states? That's a big question.
What?
Why didn't they do something in Idaho? He was there for exactly...
Because Idaho is behind its times.
Well,
Okay,
no,
that's
not only that, but you have to collect facts, you have to collect evidence, and you're not going to arrest somebody until you have enough to stand on, especially for a DP. And
Yeah.
then you have people saying that they rushed into it and arrested him too fast.
And
So
it's a small, it's a college town. It's small. It doesn't have a major city law enforcement. That's all there is to it. Small towns have small town cops. We have to get help.
now
That's
Scarlett,
normal.
in
somebody in
that
chat is
regard.
asking what ex parte means.
Yeah, I just answered them.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No,
Can
you're
I
fine.
quickly? Can I quickly just? Can I just quickly before we lose sight? I think it was Lady V. I think it was you talking about it. If I ever, I might like sometimes I listen to. I'd watch a lot of movies too. There are sometimes a lot of good quotes in like the ones that I watch. So I will. I do think they are prevalent in some of the cases because they actually take them off base true stories. But that would be the only thing. I don't think that they're based off true movies. I'll never think that. But there's sometimes a good quote and it does kind of seem relevant. But it's only like a quote or something. It's not like the whole premise. That's all.
I have a question. Somebody I saw in chat that reminded me. Now, I don't think that was U.S. Marshals that was there, but I mean we've all seen the Cowboys, right? With the weird badges that jumped into
Oh,
the van and ran off. Who
hitting
was that?
Charlie
Has
back in
that
the
been figured
van.
out yet?
A Marshall friend of mine told me that no, those are not Marshall. Those are FBI dudes.
They were
I don't know.
FBI because I keep hearing that it was like DEA, and I'm like, I can't. How do you know? You know what I mean?
I always heard that it was FBI.
I mean, I
Walker,
think
Ranger.
I have no clue, but if I think that marshals recognize other marshals, and if a marshal told me, those are FBI, I tend
Yeah,
to believe him.
they looked just like the Texas Rangers. It was funny. I was like, who is
Yeah,
that?
I have no
it's
clue
Walker.
where they
Walker,
are.
Texas Ranger.
That's
Clinton,
exactly.
what's his name?
Walker.
Kung Fu Man.
Walker.
Chuck
Norris.
D. Norris.
Scarlett, you know, it would be interesting for us one night is to have someone here who definitely has the knowledge.
Yes,
Okay,
it was Scarlett, King Scarlett that said it. Yeah.
once the police come in and they
Mhm.
recognize, like this case here, naturally they're going to start taping off the place. Who is next to go in to start investigating? And then how do you set up? I know they got to have a leader, but are you going to take photos first? Are you going to start checking for fingerprints? Are you going to start checking with this amino black acid deal? Are you going to start using these black lights? I like to know the whole process, how it works, so that one doesn't stumble on the other or mess up the other's evidence.
Let me go back to the PCA because if I'm not mistaken, okay, so yeah, in the
the same.
PCA says that whenever Officer Payne got there, he said that the Idaho State Police forensic team was on scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene.
Though they had to wait another hour, though. I mean, that's what she said.
All right, so the Idaho State forensic team is there.
Right.
Which part of the forensic goes first? Is it the photographers?
I would think that they would have to take pictures, and if anybody's in chat who knows exactly the order that this goes in, please let us know. But I mean, there has to be pictures taken before the bodies can even be
touched, moved.
Yeah, before any evidence is moved or anything. And I'm sure that once they take pictures of the crime scene as a whole, they go back and they start, I would think, maybe collecting evidence or putting down the evidence markers.
Yeah, no, they put down all the markers first. I know that.
Okay.
But I think, yeah, you're right on the first part. And then some of it happens at the same time. Like after they have the main photos, then the investigators, they might want, more photos of something. And so the team's there where they can go in and, okay, you want a photo of that, other things, that the investigators find while they're there.
Hey,
I have an update.
Richard, hang on just a second.
But
sorry, babe.
Your light is hurting my eyes.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was looking Yeah.
I'm sorry, my eyes are really sensitive to
Oh,
light.
baby, I'm sorry. Yeah. I
Thank
did
you.
that for an effect, and I didn't mean to keep it on the whole gosh darn time. Because yeah. All right, point proven. You know, I could do creepy or whatever weirdo. Though, what I was gonna say is today, I met or I bumped into a sheriff. He's retired now. I asked him, "Hey, so how's it on the how's it?" And he says, "Oh, I'm retired." And this is the guy, because I do art, I do film, and I'm a writer. He asked me about 7, 8, 9 years ago if I would sit down with him and write some of his stories, his adventures. And so I brought it up again. Hey, man. And he nudged me. He's like, "Hey, what's up, Richard?" And hey, what up? And I said, "Hey, you know what? I've always had that in my mind. I would love to sit down and talk to you about all of your adventures. Have you been following this Idaho case? Can I pick your brain? I'll write down your stories if you help me kind of get an idea of small town policing." And so that happened earlier today. And so we're setting up a date.
So getting back, so I was going to ask you again, Scarlett. Getting back to what I was trying to say. Finally, that's not back to the K bar. So there's going to be at least 2 guys over these bodies, and he's going to say we got 3 stab wounds here, 1 there, and he's going to try to determine how deep they are. Who was that? Was that the Idaho team or was that Payne?
I don't know. That's a good question. I would think Idaho State Police or the forensic team, maybe.
So Payne's just in there writing what they're telling him, right? He's not actually. What I'm trying to find out is he actually doing hands-on? Is he a foot soldier, or is he just sitting there writing down what they tell him or what he eyewitnesses?
Well, what's his title? Just detective?
It just says corporal on the PCA.
Oh, just
He's supposed to be eyewitness.
Yeah. Let's see, because he is an acting peace officer within the county of Latell, state of Idaho. Brett Payne is employed by Moscow PD in the official capacity or position of corporal and has been trained and qualified peace officer for 4 years.
Yeah, he wouldn't be doing any of the hands-on stuff. He'd be helping place markers and putting up tape and stuff like that.
For some reason, I'm thinking he was promoted to detective. Now, I could be totally
Yeah,
wrong
I
on
agree
that.
with you, Richard. I saw somewhere where he was their #1 detective. He was head of that department.
Yeah. Hey, Scarlett. May I read a comment on my video that's just, I love it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I just put up my reaction video about the alibi that wasn't, and somebody named John commented, okay, this is kind of their opinion or their synopsis of the alibi. Yes, my client has a long habit of driving alone in the middle of the night, down dead-end roads, surrounded by frat houses, while circling around on the same dead end several times, while turning his phone off, while forgetting his knife sheath in a complete stranger's house that he confused for a rest area. Sounds solid.
That is good.
Right. My chat is frozen.
Thank you for letting me read that.
Oh, you're welcome.
I just think, I guess I'm a little disappointed, to be honest with you, because I figured after this long, and as much as they've been able to look at and see already, I figured they'd come up with something better than he drives around at night. And basically what Debbie just said, it's like, okay, let's put him out there more. Yeah, he was out there. It's like, please, could you not find a loophole thingy somewhere to at least kind of sort of have a decent alibi?
Yeah, adjusted face said you left out the 3-point turn.
Yeah.
It's so flexible, though, because the defense now can say anything that they want in response. So that's why it's actually kind of genius.
Not really, because he's got to prove that he was out there driving around.
No,
And
and,
where he was
I don't know
driving.
if you were here earlier, Richard, but and you guys can call attorneys if you want. I am personal friends with a very well-known, very good criminal defense attorney here in Oklahoma, and he read it, and he said that there is a small chance that the judge can throw out their motion, completely throw it out,
Yeah, there
because
is.
it's
Yeah,
it could be an improper objection.
it's
Because and make
ephemeral.
them
It's
now
ethereal.
the judge. I'm sorry. What was
No,
I?
it's ephemeral. It's ethereal, and it's
Can you please stop
ambiguous.
talking over me? I'd really
No,
appreciate it.
I thought you were just asking me. I thought you said.
I wasn't. Never
Yeah,
mind.
one at a time.
No, I thought you said you asked me. Oh, I'm sorry.
But going back to his alibi, didn't the state also say he was out riding around that night?
Wait, say that again, Riddler.
Doesn't the state claim in their PCA that BK's out riding around at night?
Yeah, they even claimed that he was there.
There's their alibi. They got it.
Yeah, they even claimed like the 12 times that he was there, that it was late at night. I'm trying to find it, that part in the PC, but late at night, early morning, I believe is how it says.
So that's the alibi he's provided. The state's backing it up with their PCA.
Yeah.
I told you I go out late at night riding around. You're saying it in the PCA. That's
Right.
me riding around at night. Duh.
Plus, the state is taking just too long. How? I don't understand how the grand jury copies, or they just gave it to the defense on the 27th. What are they waiting? I mean, how they can be so slow? I don't. For the love of me, I don't understand how they can be so slow. They have millions of dollars at their disposal. They cannot have 5 people working on that. Then, of course, the defense said, I just got it 7 days ago. What do you want me to do with it, Judge? I have to, my client had rights, and I getting everything I want. I get into discovery. Every week I get some discovery, but then I have to apply for supplemental request for discovery because I'm not getting it all. I understand the defense. I don't understand what state is doing. The state, to me, is just giving more coal to the defense fire. If you think the guy is guilty, give it at all. Where is the blood? I'm sorry for the word. Where are the? Where? Tell me where it is. State's
Well
not
said.
giving up.
Right.
Well said.
And I'm trying to find this where it said about the 12 times, because I know it says it in the PCA. But I want to find it because I want to know the times that it said. What was you going to say, Riddler?
Well, I was going to say, this unknown male DNA, are they going to send it through the same process they sent the one off the knife sheath?
They should, if they're going to be fair throughout the whole process.
Because there's more than one involved in this. We got problems. We got at least one more bad guy out there.
Yep. And they've wasted all this, however many months it's been now, and they've only got one person that they're saying had something to do with it, but you've let all the other ones, if there is someone involved, just run the streets and do whatever they want.
And they're saying he did this all in less than 20 minutes, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense, family and friends.
Yeah, and family and friends, thank you so much for that super chat. And they said BK saying that he is a peeping Tom is a better alibi. Yeah, I mean, how is he going to prove if he's out riding around at night by himself unless he stops somewhere? or something maybe, but and somebody seen him, but how other if he didn't stop anywhere to get gas, get a drink, whatever, how's he gonna prove it?
Scarlett, may I ask a question?
Sure.
I don't remember ever hearing of them catching his car on any cameras at all. Am I just forgetting something?
Let's see. I know that it does say. I'll have to go back through the PCA.
I just don't see whether he's going to their apartments or he's just driving around. I don't see how they didn't catch him on a few cameras.
I mean, cameras, his license plate at some point, especially if he was back in the area of the house later on that morning, like at 9 something, like it says in the PCA, it's daylight. Should have had a better view of his car and his.
What's the timeline between the murders and his arraignment? Do we know how long that was?
Hi, MLS.
Hello, MLS.
Hold on, I gotta go back to my other
Driving
website.
around, you all are gonna kill me, but when I was at the university and I was tired of studying, I will get in my car, turn on my radio, put my on that time CDs, and just go around.
Right.
Drinking
I mean, a lot of
coffee
people
and
do it.
smoking on my own, and sometimes I will get in some communities I didn't know, and my time was not the time of
Yeah, but that's
all
not
this
the issue.
GPS and all that. Then
The issue we're looking at here is his alibi. The motion response is nonsensical because an alibi is not the defendant's statement. An alibi is other evidence, either a witness or a video or whatever it may be, that corroborates the witness's statement. So, I was at home. Who was with you? My girlfriend. My girlfriend's, statement, that's the alibi, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, the issue here is not his statement. To say that his statement, he may or may not testify, and that's his alibi, that's not logical because that's not what an alibi is. Now, if they're saying they're trying to use cross-examination of the state's witnesses as a potential alibi, okay, maybe, but are you going to have a state's witness that's going to say, well, yeah, I was across town at the time that the murders were happening and I saw him? I don't think so. That's potential alibi, but that's sort of not very likely because ideally that would have been in a report somewhere, and then you could produce that report and said, Officer Smith
That's like
says
an
he saw
alibi
him.
of an alibi.
Well, it's not an alibi of an alibi. And so let's understand what an alibi is. An alibi is corroborating evidence supporting the defendant's own statement that he wasn't there. So you could get that from a state's witness. If there was say there's another police report because he was pulled over under suspicion of DUI in the next city, right? So that's a potential alibi. But they're not showing that. Presumably, if that existed, they would have it. What I think the alibi they were looking for is we need to get him on security cameras or, get a credit card receipt or something showing that he was, buying gas 20 miles away at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And so obviously they don't have that. Otherwise, that would have been produced. You could produce that with a bank statement, no problem. So maybe they're looking at security cameras, and that's why the first question I had was whether or not what the timeline was between the arrests or the arraignment rather, and the murders, because there might be a lot of security cameras that don't exist anymore. If he says specifically, I don't know where I was, I don't know what time I was there, but I know I drove past this particular gas station, they most likely have security cameras. And they went there and they're like, yeah, no, we keep our cameras for a week, our video for a week, and then it recycles. That would be a problem for him. So they might be trying to look at that stuff.
That's interesting.
let
I've
me
never
ask you.
thought of that as being an alibi. That's actually
May I
that's really interesting. I've never thought about that.
Go ahead,
may
Lady
I
D.
may I ask a question, MLS?
Mm-hmm.
To me, throwing this alibi out there almost backs them in a corner, because if you're driving around town all night long by yourself, how are you going to use and you kind of alluded to this, how are you going to use any of those state witnesses to prove that you weren't there if you have nobody to prove you were out driving all night? You know what I'm saying? It's kind of
Well,
like,
I
well,
mean, I
my wife was there,
suppose
but she was asleep.
it's not. Again, it's conflating the idea of what an alibi is. Like, so if you have, say, a state's witness that says, "I did not see him there. I can't positively identify that that is his vehicle in the videos," right? Say you get that from a state's witness on cross-examination. That's not an alibi. That's cross-examination. That goes to the weight of the testimony. An alibi is very specific. It is evidence outside of the defendant's own statements tending to support the defendant's own statements that I was not at the scene of the crime. That's what an alibi is.
So
And
basically,
nothing they
like,
say in their response is an alibi, except the part where they say, we're still trying to dig up information, and when it becomes available, we'll present it. You know, it might be alluded to through expert witnesses, which leads me to believe that there might be some sort of geo tracking or something going on with maybe the defendant's cell phone, and they need to get their expert involved to do that. That might be going on. But there's everything else in that response is not an alibi.
But
They're
I
not
think
even
that
talking about alibi.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
I
Thank you
This
for
believe
is
that
a
what
explaining
weird
that.
response.
But I'm trying to say, I think it was like this. It can be broadly include disclosure of information that states a person claiming alibi was in a place other than the location of the offense. Then, if they are using the cast, I don't think that he is going to try to pull somebody that saw him or a video of him somewhere else. He's going to try to prove that Cass can make mistakes and he was not close, where Cass, these experts of Cass, are trying to say that he was.
Oh wow,
That is going to
That's
be his
wow.
witness.
That's good.
that could be the expert that they're talking about too. And that could be potentially an alibi witness. But I just wanted to make it clear. I wanted to explain to everybody on the panel. I've read this motion response, and I've been listening to what you guys have been saying. But and I just want to make it clear that the defendant's own statements cannot be an alibi. That's not a definition of an alibi. And the cross-examination of the state's witnesses, like I said again, unless a state's witness on cross-examination is going to say, "Oh yeah, I saw him somewhere else at the time of the murders," that again isn't an alibi.
Hey,
If you're
MLS,
proving
can
a
I ask
negative,
you,
it's not an alibi.
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
MLS, have you had any experience or knowledge about whether or not an objection that contains an alibi that's not really an alibi being thrown out by the judge or rejected, that kind of thing? Can they make them take that away and actually produce an alibi now, or what?
No. I think what. No, I mean, what do you mean take it away? Like take away the right to produce an alibi?
To throw out the objection and make them redo it.
No. I mean, this is their
Okay.
objection. It is what it is.
But they can
The
include
state.
alibi information in an objection?
So this objection is essentially it's a response to a motion to compel.
Okay.
So I mean, you could call it an objection, you can call it a response, you can call it an answer to the motion. It's all the same thing. The state filed the motion, they're filing a response. They're calling it an objection. Uh, Fine, it's semantics at this point. They're defending against the state's motion is what they're doing, and so they had a deadline. The deadline is written in the statute or the court rules, and they produced essentially a statement that says we're working on one. We'll let you know when we get it. And I had talked about that last time I was on here about how the state or the courts always require deadlines because no attorney ever gets anything done unless there's a deadline. But oftentimes those deadlines come and go. You file your notice and you move on. And like I said at that time, the only thing that could really happen would be the state to file a motion, and which they did appropriately enough. Hey, we need an alibi, or you have the opportunity to produce an alibi. You need to produce it to us, and judge, make them produce it to us. And the response should have been more of hey, we're working on it. We're working with what we have. And right now we don't have an alibi. We don't have alibi evidence. We don't have an alibi witness. But if and when we do, we will inform the court and the state as soon as possible. That should have been the focus of their response. Not this, our alibi is the defendant's statements, because it's not an alibi.
Question. May I ask?
Yeah, like you need.
MLS.
Hold on, wait, Marina, go ahead, Richard.
Hi, MLS Law Show. This is my first time speaking to you. I'm not your average true crimer. I appreciate everything you've said. So my question is that the defense was preparing, as we all would be, for the preliminary, and they had mentioned that BF would be exculpatory or provide exculpatory, and the scenarios that happened was they sent out a subpoena for her, and she denied. And from what I understand, she said, "I will not go back to Idaho." And so the defense also they sent out another one, and they both agreed that they would meet in Nevada. And then within 24 hours, there was the grand jury. Is this common?
Well, the grand jury was there to avoid the possibility of a dismissal. It's the only reason it happened. A typical criminal case is brought by paper. You file an indictment, and then the defense has the opportunity to challenge that by insisting that a preliminary examination take place where the state has to present its witnesses and they're subject to cross-examination. And the evidence that the state has at the time is under heavy scrutiny. And so if they have a potential alibi witness, and that alibi witness is hemming and hawing about actually appearing, because the defense also has the opportunity to call witnesses. So assuming this person was going to end up cooperating with the defense and be a witness and show up and go back to Idaho, then the state could have gotten scared and said, all right, well, we're just going to do this grand jury proceeding, which would remove any opportunity for the defense to challenge it. Just in the possibility that this person comes forward. I don't know who this person is that you're referring to, but that could have been one of the big motivating factors. My suspicion as to why the state did the grand jury was because they thought their case was weak. Because the grand jury just listens to the best case scenario, hearsay evidence can come in, the state could, in fact, lie. They're not supposed to intentionally, but they could be, quote, mistaken about the facts that they're presenting to the grand jury, and the defense doesn't have an opportunity to challenge it all. So it's really easy to get an indictment that way. And that's what my suspicion was, is that the state was scared of something. The weak case, maybe the DNA, I don't know. Now it sounds like potentially an alibi witness. So that's probably why they did the grand jury. It doesn't nullify the grand jury or anything like that. It just sort of informs us as to why the state was acting the way they were. Who's this person you referenced, though?
Am I allowed to say Scarlett? Am I allowed to say her name? I mean,
Who, Bethany?
You don't have to say her name.
Yeah.
You can tell me who she is.
Oh, he's talking about Bethany Funk. Is who he's talking about.
she's one of the two roommates. Who,
Yeah, surviving roommates.
Yeah.
The one that supposedly saw.
No,
No,
the
that's
other one.
that's Dylan. They're claiming. Okay, so the defense's investigator is claiming that he has found. I don't know if I guess a statement that Bethany had made, and she has exculpatory evidence, and it's only unique to her experience. And so because she's in Nevada, they went through the whole process, got a subpoena. Bethany didn't want to go to the prelim and testify, so they quashed the subpoena. And she agreed if they quashed the subpoena, she would meet with Ann or the defense down in Reno, because that's where she's from. Well, whenever that got all set up and that agreement was done, then they came out with a grand jury. Now, I don't know if she still spoke with the defense or not, or if whenever that grand jury happened, that stopped that interview between the defense and Bethany. But Bethany is the one that he's talking about.
Okay, I see someone in the chat too. They attempted to subpoena her for the preliminary hearing.
Yes.
Yeah, so they're scared of her for some reason, and it's very weird that two of them survived. It's very weird that one of them came eye to eye with the perpetrator and survived, right?
Mhm.
So I didn't like that other girl's statement from the get-go. Something was off about that. But that's the tricky thing. How would you get this girl from Nevada back to Idaho if she's unwilling? Because if she's currently located in Idaho, then you could just serve a subpoena. And if it's not honored, she could be arrested. In theory, you could do the same thing. You could open up an ancillary case in Nevada, have a subpoena issued, and compel her under, the police could go pick her up with a warrant.
Mm-hmm.
But you're in the middle of a trial when you're doing that. And you don't, it's not the best to compel a witness to appear under, police authority if you want this witness to cooperate. So I imagine the
Like
defense
under
is working
duress?
really hard with her.
What is it, Marina?
Like under duress, kind of. No.
Yeah, I mean, because essentially you're calling a favorable witness, but you have to treat them as a hostile witness. You don't know what they're going to say because they don't want to be there. You're the one that's forced them there. It's not a good spot to be in. Sometimes it's necessary, but it's really not a good spot to be in. What is this? And again, we don't know what this girl is going to say. Supposedly, the defense has an idea of what she's going to say, but she's not on the stand, right? So you don't know what she's ever going to say on the stand. That's tough. And so if that's your potential alibi witness, I don't know how that would be your alibi witness because she was there. Again, you're trying,
MLS, if you don't.
yeah.
That's what I was saying earlier. Driving.
Sorry. So if she's gonna go somewhere, so I'm assuming she's going back to her parents' house, or maybe not, but she's gonna go somewhere. And can you not like convince them to be like to tell her to go? Like, are they all under the same morals? Like, I mean, I guess you got to kind of poke through those holes. You kind of got to be like an investigator at that point. You got to
Well,
try
yeah, I
if
mean-
you're defense or prosecution.
Yeah, you can always try. You can get at the parents, you can get at her, you can do whatever. But at the end of the day, she either has to voluntarily do it or you have to do it by force.
She did volunteer. That's the thing. They the second subpoena, she said, "Yes, I will do it if you come here to Nevada." And then within 24 hours, the grand jury.
Yeah, but they're not okay. But we're beyond that. We're
No,
talking
it
about
was-
trial, right? We're talking about a trial's coming up, still scheduled for October 2nd.
Second, yes.
Assume the state takes a week. Is she going to show up October 10th?
Yeah, now
I
looking
don't
at
know.
it from here on, yeah, who knows? Though at that time she was willing to, and then the grand jury happened. That's what I'm
Well, she
saying. That's all I'm
wasn't. She
saying.
was going to meet them in a city in a
Yeah,
different
and
state. They weren't
yeah,
coming to Idaho, or she wasn't coming to Idaho. That's
yeah, they
different.
they had to go from Idaho down to Nevada to meet with her.
And they're
Is
not
there a
going to hold
difference?
court in they're not going to
Oh,
hold court there. What they could do potentially is she could agree to appear via Zoom if the court allows it and if the parties don't object.
okay.
But that's kind of weak. I don't like
I have a
witnesses
question.
testifying via Zoom. Yeah.
So okay, so assuming like because she went to her parents' house, right? If not, then
Yeah.
the question's irrelevant. If
I
she went to her
don't
parents'
know
house,
if she did, I don't know if she went to her parents' house or not.
but it would be a trusted guardian, wouldn't it?
How old is she?
Okay, well, never
She,
mind. Then the
you know,
question's
she's
moot. It doesn't
over.
matter.
Yeah, she's over 18.
She
Yeah,
went
it
back
doesn't
to her
matter
Well,
where she
is
parents.
went.
she gonna go to random stranger's house?
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
No, I'm just thinking that. Okay, no, hold on. Sorry. Okay, I'm thinking that whoever persons that she trusts to go to, like during her spring break or during this whole tragedy, she would confide in them. Can you subpoena them on what she had said to them? I know that's very, very
That
circumstantial,
becomes
but
hearsay at that point.
Yep. It's hearsay.
yeah, yeah.
If it
But it's
Yeah.
still
doesn't come,
something.
yeah,
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
if it doesn't come directly out of Bethany's mouth, it becomes hearsay.
Yeah, hearsay is an
That's why I'm
out-of-court
asking.
statement
That I
offered for
don't
the
know.
truth of the
I'm just
matter
asking.
asserted. So
Yeah.
anything that she said outside of court, not under oath, is hearsay. No one else can testify to it.
Yeah, I was just asking. That's all I was asking. That's all. Okay.
Yeah. It's I see Dave Boss in the chat. Unlikely courts don't like it on cross-examination. It's not so much cross-examination, and it's not so much that the courts don't like it. As a defense attorney, I don't like it because I want the jury to be able to see the witness eye to eye, right? And I want
Right.
the witness to be able to see the jury and see the defense and see the judge eye to eye. I don't want her sitting all cozy in her living room, on the couch in front of a camera. I want her to be under the pressure that only comes from the witness stand, especially in this kind of situation. So that's why I don't want. That's why I don't like Zoom.
Right. No, I get that.
Hey guys, I'm going to go ahead and pop out. I just want to say thank you to everyone. Thank you, Scarlett. Thank you, panel, everybody. Even though, yeah, I did say an S word. I'm sorry. It was not intended in any bad way. I promise you that. Okay, I
Okay.
promise you, I was not. I love you. Aloha, everybody. Thank you, everyone in chat and everything. And yeah, definitely click the like and subscribe. And I will catch you guys later. Thank you very much. And
Richard, this is
I'm sorry.
Lady B. This is Lady B. I just want to say real quick.
Oh, baby.
I know what you meant. I didn't take offense, but thank you for your apology.
I'm so sorry, darling. You know I love you. You know I love you.
Thank you, Richard, for apologizing to me for the speaking over thing. It's no big deal. It happens. It's fine.
Like
Well,
I
it's
said,
just
I'm
all
not.
along.
Like I said, can somebody else speak so I can talk over them? I don't know what I'm doing.
Take one down, pass it around, and hang a bottle of beer on the wall.
Well, thank you for coming up, Richard, and giving us your insight on all of this.
I appreciate you very much. Love and aloha. We'll catch you
Yeah.
next time. All right.
Okay. All right. Have a good night.
Night,
Thank you. Bye
Richard.
bye. Night night.
Lord knows we've all
Yeah.
talked over each other. So.
Oh yes.
I'm sorry for that, guys.
I think we're all now very paranoid.
I heard the expert was in here the other day.
Oh yeah, he came and hung out with us for I don't know how long he was in here. He was in here for a good little while.
I watched his show tonight.
I missed it.
He's
It was
good.
good.
Yeah, I love going over there and hanging out. Everybody in his chat is just awesome.
No, well, that's
Hey,
because
you
they're
know
all my
what?
chat.
See, I got to
Yes,
catch you
Carl,
up.
you have a really great chat.
I do have a good chat, but the expert has a really cool chat. I've got to drop down though. I've only been in MLSs once, I believe, and
Only
I'm so.
once, really?
I think I came in there one time, but because I don't get off my lives until 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and it's usually daylight by the time I'm going to sleep. So
It's almost
I'm like a vampire. I sleep during the day and stay awake all night.
Absolutely.
And so a lot of times I miss people's lives during the day, which I hate. So I'm gonna drop in your chat. I promise.
Well, I have a stream tomorrow at 3 p.m. You can Eastern, so you can hit that when you get enough sleep.
Okay, that'll be 2 o'clock my time then.
There you go.
MLS, you are very
I'm
informative.
interviewing
I will definitely
Megan Imowitz, who was the young lady convicted of killing her father with lye in Oakland County, and she also, while she was at OCJ, made friends with Jennifer Crumbley, who's the mother of Ethan Crumbley, the Oxford school shooter, who she is also charged. So, so it's going to be an interesting.
So wait,
interview.
you're interviewing the daughter, you said?
Yeah, the daughter who was convicted and just let out.
Oh, I gotta join that. Oh yes. Okay, I'm making a note.
She made friends with Jennifer Crumbley at Oakland County Jail, so that should be interesting.
Heard that.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm fixing. Can one of the mods grab MLS's channel link and post it for me?
I'm doing that right now.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor, how strong is touch DNA in a courtroom in today's time?
Good question.
It depends on how it's presented and how good the defense does with it. So the defense is going to need its own expert. Touch DNA is everywhere. You shake somebody's hand, you have their DNA all over your hand. You touch something and it transfers to whatever you just touched. So you need an expert on the defense end to explain that to the jury. That touch DNA, just because there's DNA on something, is not the be-all, end-all. DNA is not the, trump card that wins it for the state. It's a piece of circumstantial evidence, and that's the other thing too. They need to be explained to the jury that it's circumstantial evidence. It's not like you see in the TV shows you watch, right? It's one piece of the puzzle. The case is a giant puzzle. Each little thing, each little piece goes together, and you start to see more and more of the picture. That's the idea. DNA is only one of those pieces. So now, if you have a ton of DNA everywhere, it might be a lot of pieces that you're filling in with that DNA, but it's only one piece, and you have to look at everything else. That's how it needs to be explained to the jury out the gate, because the DNA is what got Bryan arrested. The DNA is going to be a heavy focus during the trial. You have to, as defense counsel, know that the state is going to rely heavily on the DNA. They're going to talk about other things too. They're going to talk about the car and the video and the timeline and things like that. But maybe the description by the surviving roommate that actually saw the perpetrator. But they're going to hammer the DNA quite hard, and so you're going to want to come out with opening statements, and even during jury voir dire, you're going to want to question them about DNA. And make sure that the juries can keep an open mind about DNA and that it is not the be-all, end-all. So how strong is it? It depends on the presentation. That's just the reality of it.
One more question for you, Counselor. The picking a jury, does a computer spit out, 100 names, and that's going to be the jury pool? Who decides that I got a letter? I don't care if they send me down there 20 times, I'll go serve. Who decides? Trust me, after they talk to me, they're going to run me out of there. Who decides that I get that letter? Was it a computer?
Honestly, I don't know. Each state is different. Each county is different. Sometimes.
Oh my God.
I get
like
it.
In the state of Michigan, it's based off of your voter registration. If you're
right in Florida, it's driver's license.
Your name goes into a system. It's randomly generated, and letters go out. But each state is different, so I don't know how Idaho does it.
I'm going to have to call. I'm going to have to call somebody in Louisiana and find out how it happens here.
See, I'm not worried about the part of you have to be a voter or do you have to be a driver's license, whatever, and a residence. I'm more worried about how did my name get spit out? Was it a computer that did it?
Well,
That's
I
the
I mean,
problem.
back
It's
in
through
the
the
good old
DMV.
days, they literally drew, names out of a basket.
And
So
that and knowing Louisiana, that's probably how we still do it here.
He's been trying to find out the answer to this question
Yes.
like for a
Like-
year now.
well,
It's how we play
your
Secret
best.
Santa at home.
I don't know where you live, but your best option to, if you really want to find out for you personally, is go to the court in the county that you live in and
Yeah,
say,
the clerk
hey,
of the court.
yeah, go to the
That's
clerk of the
easier
court.
said
Yeah,
than
that's the
done.
one that's in charge of it, and say, hey, how is this done? They'll tell you.
Oh, maybe.
I know locally here it's computer generated. It's based off of a database that they get from the Secretary of State in Michigan when you register to vote. And when you register to vote, you have your name, your address, and the county you reside. And then the county courts, the county clerks, get that list every year, and they go through it. And not physically, but they put that list into a database, and that computer will spit out random numbers or random names and addresses. And then you're one of 150 or so that go down to the county. And then when you check in at the county level at the court, you're assigned a random number. And then when the judge calls down for a batch of prospective jurors, they'll usually ask for like 30 of them or so. And again, another random draw is done. And if your number's up, you go up to the court to be a prospective juror. At that point, then it's up to the court, the judge. And so the judge will say, all right, whatever, all of you in the front row, hop up in the box. And then the attorneys will start asking you questions, and they have certain number of challenges. They could just kick people off for any reason or no reason. There's some challenges for cause and things like that. So, I mean, that's how it works here. I don't know where you live. I don't know in Idaho, but that's how it works here.
Well, it works
How
about
about
the
last
same
you've
way
done your
here.
homework?
Hold on, wait, Marina, go ahead.
The question I'm really asking is, on ours, there must have been 300 or 400 people, and we showed up. We all went to the room we were told to go to. We watched a video, then we all sworn in. How did that computer know to pick so many African Americans, so many females, so many males, Native American Indians, Asian Americans? That's what I'm trying to get at. Because what if you come into a room and just by the goof of the system, if it's just picking random, you got all white males, and then we got a case with African Americans.
Well, I mean, that's a possibility. But I would say statistics bear out that it's unlikely, right? It's a numbers game at that point. You're just talking statistics. I don't know, again, where you live. I live in a county where there's extremely white rural areas and there's extremely, black dense areas. So in the same county, right? And so if they're randomly generated, you're still going to get a mix of people. We've got all demographics in my particular county. So it just depends on who, what area it goes to. It's just a numbers game.
Right. I live in a major
Yeah, and
city.
also,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
no,
Miranda.
I'm thinking about people who've been in a part of that system, and they're literally people who will say things that aren't true about themselves, will add into the mix. So they actually lie because they want to get, these people want to get out of jury. You're talking about jury pool. So they want to get out of jury. So it's like nothing is actually, so it has to be all computer based, in my opinion. I don't know MLS anymore.
Well, I mean, again, I don't know. I'm not. I mean, it's random draws. It's supposed to be random draws, and I don't think, at least, again, we're based off of voter registration. We don't put our races on the voter registration, right? We put our name and address, and so it's not like I could go get a list myself personally right now. I can go get a list of all the registered voters for the entire state or the entire county. that information is available to you. So I could grab the list, and all it has is names and addresses and the last time you voted. That's it. It doesn't say who you voted for or anything like that. We don't register
Well,
for a political party, so it doesn't say anything like that. It just literally is name and address and the last time you voted.
Okay, and see, like in my city, there's 1 million people, so naturally we've got all the demographics that you need.
but
But I was
actually,
just
have you
wondering
noticed?
how a
Hold on, wait,
computer.
Marina.
I was
Go ahead,
just
Linda.
wondering
Yeah, I'm waiting.
how a computer, who programmed it to pick a jury.
Probably a question best left for your clerk.
Okay, that's what I'll end up doing. But thank you anyway. You
Good
gave me
job.
some insight.
Just kidding.
No problem.
Yeah, I'm
So,
gonna have to end up calling Idaho and just asking them. I know not to say I'm a YouTuber because they won't give me nothing at that point, but just call and just ask as a random question and see what they tell me for their state.
I'm
If
a
you tell
reporter
them
for
you're an
YouTube.
investigative journalist, that works.
Hey, did I tell you I got qualified as a member of the media for the Sarah Boone trial?
I heard that when you were on the
Yeah, I
on
think
the
you did.
video.
It's such a stupid process. Everyone is the media is a made up word, right? We're talking about the right of the people. There's no qualifications, but
Right.
you know I had to jump through hoops to be qualified as a member of the media, and it's just dumb.
There used
But
to be.
I call the court often on a lot of my cases, or even other cases. The alternate corner had a case going, and they didn't know what was going on with the jury. You just call the court. You sound confident, and you say, "Hey, I'm just wondering this and that." And they'll answer your questions if you're polite. And in fact, if you listen to Recovery Addict today had a stream, and maybe about an hour or so in, he started calling courts to see what was going on with different trials. That's a perfect example of how you communicate with the court, regardless of who you are, if you want to find out the information. The courts are public. You have the right to the information. So call, be confident, be courteous, be polite, and you'll get the information you want.
Be a lawyer.
He's not even a lawyer. Recovery Addict's not a lawyer. He's just a
Yeah,
news guy. I don't even know if he
the
does
lawyers
real
have a
news.
different standard.
Are you talking about? Wait, who is Recovery Addict?
Recovery Addict is a YouTuber that streams trials.
Oh,
And
okay.
I don't really watch him or anything like that, but nothing else was going on this morning, so I popped in. And he was doing sort of a behind the scenes, well, we don't have any trials going. Let's see what's out there. Let's see what's coming up. He's sort of on screen live today, planning his like the next couple of weeks coming up. And so he called a couple of courts to figure out if trials were going, if they were going to be streamed, if he had to file any documents for permission to stream them, all the stuff that I do behind the scenes. He was doing it live, but it was a great example of how, if you want information, how you call the court, because again, it is a public body. It is there. Everyone has access to it. I know sometimes people are like, "Oh, they're not going to tell me something." They kind of have to tell you stuff, and it's just a matter of calling them and asking them, and they will absolutely tell you. So,
have to go check out his
that was
video.
a good stream he did today.
Yeah, I'm making myself a note so I can go check it out. Because if I don't write myself a note, I'll forget.
I know that I've seen other YouTubers, do that, either email or call or whatever. And I know that technically we fall under the umbrella of journalists, under freelance journalists. So you can tell them that.
Well, technically, we are a member of the press, period. The people are a member of the press.
Yeah, I think it goes like mainstream media and then journalists and then freelance.
The problem is that mainstream media or freelance journalists or whatever you want to call yourself, it doesn't have a definition, right? Anyone who takes an information and disseminates it as news is media, right?
Right.
You know,
do you agree
the
that all
carnival
channels...
barker is technically media, right? So it doesn't make any sense. You know, the guy who stands at the corner literally on a soapbox with a megaphone is media. He's the press. He's the, you know, he's covered under the First Amendment. So we all have access to this stuff. The only time so for example, when I covered the Megan Imowitz case, which is in the county that I'm located in, I contacted the court and got access to the producer that was running court TV, so I could get a direct feed from them rather than having to stream it off of YouTube. I did that with Letitia Stout as well. That case was a direct feed. I didn't go through Law and Crime or anything like that.
Oh,
At
yeah,
some
with
points I
WebEx.
did, depending on, sometimes there was issues with my internet at one point or the other, so I ended up going with Law and Crime sometimes. And so I contacted the court in Orange County, Florida, about Boone, just because I wanted the name of the producer so I could get access to the media pool, right? Usually courts allow one camera in, and they say anyone can have access to this because I'm only allowing, one TV crew in here or one camera crew in here. I'm not going to have 20 different stations with other cameras. So I just wanted the name of the producer. And the court said, oh, yeah, no problem. Just go to this, click this tab and fill out this information. And so I did that. And then they sent me an email saying, all right, congratulations, you passed. You're now officially a member of the media for the court. And I was like, okay, well, I wasn't asking for that, but cool. And then they said, you can pick up your press credentials in a couple of days. We'll issue them for you. And I was like, all right, whatever. But I wasn't doing it. Like, if they had put up a fight and said no, then we would have had a big fight on our hands because every single one of us is a member of the media. And we all have right to access this information.
Scarlett.
Yes.
Dashvon, I am going to save this, especially the end of this, because my mom has been a lawyer and she was a big part of the media with CNN and the Bill Clinton era and everything. I'm gonna have her see what she thinks about everything that everyone's saying, and I'll email you.
Okay.
Well, if
This is
she was
really
a member of
interesting.
CNN,
She's
she's
in
going
the
to be like Tweety US News out there in the chat. I don't know if she's
no
in this
no
one.
my
But
no
she's like,
no she's not
you're not
my
real
mom is
media.
not
And
that kind of
so
person.
I was rubbing it in her face when I got my media pass.
And
No, my mom
Marina,
is different. She left CNN.
and didn't you say at one time what your mom's name was? I remember you when you were talking about
Yes,
before.
Eileen O'Connor. Yes, Eileen O'Connor. You can Google her easily.
That name sounds
Eileen
familiar.
O'_CONNOR. She worked for the Bill Clinton administration, and she left the media because she was not in agreement with the media anymore at that point. But she knows she's also she works for the Rockefeller Foundation. She makes she does good. Yeah, she's a vice president of communications and stuff for the Rockefeller Foundation now. But you can even Google her there. But yeah, just Google her. Eileen O'Connor.
Okay. I remember you saying before about where you were from and all of that and who she was.
Yeah, she covered the fall. She covered with Wolf Blitzen before she did. She doesn't even like Wolf Blitzen anymore, honestly. She covered the fall of the Soviet Union with him.
I see Eric in the chat had a question about both the defense and the prosecution challenging the jurors. So again, I can only speak to Michigan, but in a felony case, when you have 12 jurors, the defense gets 6 peremptory challenges and the state gets 6 peremptory challenges. And those are, we would like to thank and excuse juror number 4 for any reason or no reason at all. We don't have to say, we just thank and excuse them. And then there are unlimited challenges for cause. So, you could say, well, this person clearly is biased or whatever, is unfit to serve or whatever it may be, if there's cause to. So.
Okay. And somebody, I don't remember who it was, like a couple of weeks ago, was asking what a voir dire was. Can you explain that for those?
Voir dire is Latin, and it literally means to question.
Okay.
And so whenever you hear an attorney say, I would like to voir dire the witness, or we're going to do jury voir dire, It literally means to question them. And so technically cross-examination and direct examination is voir dire as well. But when you typically hear it in a courtroom, you're talking about questioning the jury to determine if there's any biases or anything like that, or any other reason that would exclude them as a potential juror, or maybe what you don't like about them, and you could use one of your peremptory challenges. When you're voir diring a witness, it's usually because there's some sort of foundational issue, or you're establishing kind of essentially a foundational issue. So in a trial, the perfect example is say the state introduces an expert, right? And they go through all these questioning about your background and what you did to examine the evidence to come to your opinion. And then he moves the court to admit this person as an expert. The judge will then ask the defense counsel if there's any objection. And sometimes you can say, well, I have an objection, but before I lay it, you mind if I voir dire? I want to ask him some more foundational questions. Say, for example, the case somehow involves a really, really, really young child, and you've got an adolescent psychologist on there. And you're listening to the foundational stuff, and you're like, okay, well, this person works with 8 and 9-year-olds, but we're talking about a 4-year-old here. So I'd like to voir dire this witness. And all right, so how many 4-year-olds have you worked with? You know, that type of thing. And then maybe you don't get this witness qualified because they don't have that experience. That's what the voir dire that you usually hear is, but it literally just means to ask.
Okay, because there was, like Dennis was saying in chat, there was a lot of that going on in the Lori Vallow case. Like literally a lot.
With the witnesses or with the jury?
With the witnesses.
Yeah, so I mean, it could be again foundational stuff. You know, I didn't really watch that case at all, but you know, you could even do it with a fact witness as opposed to an expert as well. You know, if a fact witness is going to testify to something and they don't have any personal knowledge of it, then you can voir dire them to elicit that foundational issue that they don't have any personal information, or the personal information they have is very limited. So then you can ask the judge to, well, I don't have necessarily an objection to this witness in total, but I would ask that the scope of the questioning be very narrowed based off of my voir dire of the witness.
Okay. And William, thank you so much for that super chat. And William says, if it was discovered that a felon served on the grand jury, can the indictment be thrown out?
I don't know what the rules are with regard to felons serving as jurors, so I don't know. But if it's discovered that any person was unlawfully sitting on a jury or a grand jury, potentially, you're talking about a lot of issues, though, that I don't really have experience with because we don't use grand juries in Michigan, but maybe once a year or once every couple of years. Most of our stuff is paper indictments. So I don't have a lot of experience with that, so can't help you.
Thank you for explaining the whole voir dire thing.
Let's see. Voir dire matters are less messy in complex commercial litigation. No jury problems. You just proceed with the judge. Yes and no. Like, I do a lot of judge stuff. One of the biggest things, and the reason why I brought up the expert on like a juvenile psychologist, a lot of what I do, not a lot of what I do, but is adoptions and adoption challenges and consent challenges, and it gets really technical. But we have these hearings that are just in front of judges, and even though it's just a judge, you want to develop the record. So even though the judge might be able to, or you would hope that the judge could parse out what is relevant and what's not. Or actually, if you look at the end of day one of the Ethan Crumley hearing that I streamed last week, you'll see the judge specifically say that during the Miller hearing. Like, I know what the Miller hearing or the Miller factors are, the judge says, and I know a lot of this testimony is relevant to that, but I'm able to separate that out, and I'm only going to consider the relevant parts.
Mm-hmm.
So you do have that, but you still want to develop the record for potential appellate issues. So just because it's only a judge doesn't mean you just sort of let that go. You still want to voir dire the foundational stuff.
Okay. Eric, have a good night. That's interesting. I'm gonna actually set my alarm because I want to get up and watch your interview tomorrow.
Yeah, I should probably get some sleep for that. I just popped in the chat, and someone was in there saying I need to get on the panel, so I thought I'd jump on real quick.
Oh yeah,
And
anytime
that
you're
I
over
do, I
here.
did want to talk about that motion response because that was kind of pathetic.
Yeah, it really was.
I was reading it the first time I read it today, and I told one of my mods, I was like, I'm sitting here scratching my head at it. I just
It argues in circles. It misconstrues when an alibi. It's really bad.
Counselor, does it make the
Yep.
defense look desperate?
It makes them look like they don't know what they're doing. Like I would be if I was the defense. Now again, we are completely speculating on the defense's strategy. We don't know. We haven't seen the evidence. They've seen the evidence, presumably. They have a strategy, presumably. And we are speculating, right? So let's start off with that basic assumption. But based off of what I assume the issue is that they don't have the actual alibi evidence or alibi witnesses. Let's assume that because it's clear from the response that they don't. I would hammer that and say we've been diligently gathering our information, working with our experts, working with our witnesses, locating our witnesses, questioning our witnesses, and we believe that there is potentially an alibi witness or evidence available. We do not have it yet. And as soon as we do, we will inform the court and the posting and this prosecutor. So please.
So, Emma,
Right,
I'm
they
not sure
did
if you finished. Oh, I apologize. You cut out. I
No,
thought
you're
you
okay.
finished.
I was going to say I like the parts of it where they say a defendant has the right to present his defense and all this stuff, and these arbitrary timelines don't trump his constitutional right to defend himself. I would lay on that and then just hope that the court grants you more time, and then maybe depending on the outcome of that, go from there with maybe an interlocutory appeal or something if need be. But I wouldn't say something that is so illogical as the alibi witness potentially is the defendant's own statement, because that's not an alibi witness.
Who do you
Right?
see?
That's the defendant.
Who at this time do you see is going to be the best witness for the state and for the defense?
The best witness for the state, you said, or for the defense?
For both the state and for the who's the state going to call it? I guess it would be the detective, right? Payne.
Well, yeah.
Oh, did we lose him?
He was in and out a while ago.
Yeah. Dang. I wanted to ask him a question.
He's still up
about
here.
A follow-up.
It may be his internet.
Then they're going to call in other experts with regard to the DNA, and then presumably they're going to call the roommate, right, that saw him or saw the perpetrator, and that is going to take probably a week, 2 weeks, and that's going to be their case. Essentially, it's going to be the DNA, it's going to be the video cameras of the car, it's going to be a picture of the car afterwards, and it's going to be the girl in the house that saw the perpetrator. That's their case. I don't know what else they'd have. They might have more DNA in different spots, which would be really damning for the defendant, but it sounds like they don't, especially if the defense counsel makes it a point of pointing that out in a motion that there's literally no other DNA, and she hasn't been called out on that, right? So we're assuming that she's, making a truthful statement there. The only DNA they have is on that snap. So that's their case, right? And so there's not one key witness for the state. It's a series of witnesses. So the best witness for the defense, though, would be obviously someone who saw the defendant somewhere else, right? If that exists. Or maybe even their expert that says, based off of the data that I've examined from his phone and the cell towers and whatever else, he's, all these other places except at that house.
The state will probably also bring an expert in on the cast pings of the phones.
I'm sorry, say that again?
The state will probably bring an expert in to explain the pings of the phone using the cast system.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a battle of the experts when it comes to that. It's going to be a battle of the expert when it comes to the DNA. It's going to be potentially a battle of the experts when it comes to the video as well. I mean, there's no reason why the state can't, or the defense can't get a video expert in to say that's clearly not his car, or even an automotive. I don't know. So it could be battle of the experts all the way through. The only non-expert that's really going to be relevant to the case is the other roommate, right? Everyone else is going to be an expert. You're going to be a pathologist. You're going to be a digital forensic something or other, for the police department. You're going to be a DNA expert for the police department. They're all going to be experts. This is all battle of the experts. So the defense needs experts, right? Otherwise, the jury is going to default to the state's experts.
MLS, can I ask you a question real quick? I was wondering, so how do you think that the prosecution is going to have Dylan identify the person that she saw, or are they just not going to go there? Or, I mean, how do you think that's going to work?
They'll just walk her through her timeline of the day. I mean, I read the affidavit that she signed, and you would just question her and walk her through that. And
Yeah, but I
say,
mean, all
okay,
she saw is bushy eyebrows and so tall. I mean, she didn't see.
yeah, I know, but you could say, okay, and do you see that person in the courtroom today? And she's going to say, yeah, the defendant right over there.
I mean, but when the defense say, well, how do you know that all you saw was his eyebrows and his height?
I was so traumatized that day, I would never forget that silhouette, and I see it today in the courtroom.
Ah, you're very
Guilty.
good. Yeah, very
Excellent
good.
acting.
I mean, I could say that right now. I mean,
Sure.
anyone could say that. But
Sure.
it just comes down, right? And so what
Yeah.
the defense really needs to do is attack her credibility. Well, how is it that 4 people are stabbed to death, and yet you survived?
Can
Can you explain that to me, how you were able to survive coming face to face with this ruthless, dangerous, murderous man, and he let you live? Can you explain that to us?
I want to know the answer to that, honestly.
Yeah, me too.
William, thank you so much for that super chat. And William says, it is reported that the other college kids came over before the police showed up. How much will that taint the crime scene?
Oh, it could taint it quite a bit. It also really calls into question this girl's credibility as well, because so you wake up, you don't hear anybody, you think this and that. When you discover them, then you call your friends. You don't call the police until 2:00 in the afternoon or something. Your timeline doesn't make sense.
11:58 a.m. is when the 911 call was made.
Okay, what time did she wake up?
That we don't know. 4:00 in the morning, based off of the PCA.
I guess we don't know. She went back to bed, and then the other question is though, but she called her friends first, and her friends came over. Right?
Yes.
So that's immediately a suspect to me, because why do you not call the police if 4 of your friends in the home are dead and you just slept through it essentially. You just wake up to this. How is it that you're not calling the police right away?
Well, I mean, I would want to know what scared her so bad to put her in a frozen shock phase, and she had to lock herself in a room at 4 something in the morning, but felt the need to call friends over before the police.
And doesn't call anybody for hours, right?
Right. Yes.
Doesn't call. She's so scared, but she doesn't call anybody for hours. And then when she does finally call somebody, she calls her friends.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just none of that makes sense.
I have a huge issue.
Hey, Chris Mullen
with,
is in the chat.
With that 8-hour time gap.
Counselor, one last question. As a defense attorney, would you want to see the toxicology report of the deceased?
I mean, it all. I'm the type of attorney that wants to know as much information as possible, and I tell all of my clients, I say, I'll ask them for information. I'll say, send me everything, whether you think it's relevant or not. I want to see it because there could be something there that I might read something and think nothing of it, and then the day before trial think, wait a minute, let me take another look at that thing. So, yeah, I would want to know just to complete the entire case.
It would be like a thing where just you're better safe than sorry. If you need it, you got it, and even if you don't need it, you still have it just in case.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, it could come into relevance depending on what their what their blood. Let's say their blood alcohol level is like 2.7. That could potentially be relevant because if we're looking at the way alcohol is metabolized in the body, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then you could establish a time frame. So if it's at 2.7, your blood alcohol level is probably on its way up, right? You could probably get an expert to say your blood alcohol level was on its way up at 2.7 or 0.27 rather, as opposed to on its way down. So that would then put your consumption of alcohol within this window. When everyone else is saying, they were already home way before that and everyone was going to bed, or particularly the girl who survived, right, said everyone was in bed. So you can play with that a little bit, depending on what the information is. You can challenge timelines. You can challenge that other girl's story. You can do stuff like that. So I would want to know.
Okay. Yeah, I said, I think it's better to have it and be safe than sorry. Go ahead, Fofa.
Yeah. I wanted to ask a question about the objection and what you had said, about filing why it's weak, right? And what you would have filed. And what you said that you would have filed, I feel like it did kind of align with what they had originally filed as a response.
Oh, I absolutely would have filed their original document. Yeah. Because if I don't have an alibi, but I have a deadline, I would just file a non-alibi notice, right? Like a non-alibi notice. Hey, we're working on it. We'll get it to you when we can.
Yeah.
And that's essentially what they did. I would absolutely have done that. And then it's on the state to challenge it, like they did. But then I wouldn't have filed this objection because this objection, not the way it's written. I would have filed it differently.
Okay, but even at that, doesn't it make it sound like they can't come up with some sort of an alibi? I mean, that still makes them look weak to me if they say, hey, we're still looking, basically.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter right now because we're not in front of the jury, right?
Right.
So the jury, by the time the trial starts and we've selected a jury, that's when they really need their stuff in order, right?
Right.
So it doesn't make it can maybe make them look weak. But how so? Because they don't have all the unlimited amount of resources that the state has that makes them look weak. Well, they are weak because, and everyone is weak compared to the state, right? The state has unlimited resources. They can get anything that they want to prove anything that they want because they have unlimited resources. And every defendant is up against that situation. I don't care who you are and how much money you have. I don't care if you're Alec Baldwin. You still have less money than the state, right? At the end
Yeah.
of the day. So you have to deal with that, right? And you have to, put your money in its best location. And so you have independent investigators. You have your expert witnesses, right? Now, you could say, well, I'm going to spend $20,000 on an, investigator that might not yield anything, or I can take that same $20,000 and put it towards a DNA expert who is absolutely going to yield something that's going to testify in court, right? So you're always playing with the money. And so if you have a situation like that, all right, I can't get top of the line expedited personal investigator to go out and meet with people and gather evidence. I'm going to put all my money towards the DNA right now, and then hopefully we can get a different private investigator, and maybe it takes longer. Maybe the attorneys themselves are going out. Maybe the paralegals are going out.
Well, yeah, but in this case, it seems like, and somebody just said this in chat too, or as I was thinking about it. I mean, right now in this case, it seems like the defense has unlimited resources as well.
I don't know. I mean, I don't see that at all. I mean,
okay.
Think about it. If it was unlimited resources, you would have been able to track down every single, video camera that could have possibly have captured your client on that night throughout the, entire county and neighboring cities and neighboring counties, right? When you're talking unlimited resources, you have unlimited resources. So the fact that they don't have that information. What's that?
I said, I understand what you're saying. It's not a big deal. It was just a thought I had that, I mean, they're going all out for him,
Well, they're going all out, but they still have a cap on the resources, right? I mean, every defense, and again, I don't care who you are and how much money you have, every defense has a budget. And it's how you spend that budget. That's part of the lawyering too, is how we spend that budget and how we spend that time. And time is also, a finite thing, right? Because unless you have, a police department with 20 officers ready to go at your beck and call, time is a factor as well. You have one private investigator, right? I mean, how far can he travel in a given day, 8-hour shift, 5 days a week? Not as much as 20 officers in the same time frame, right?
Yeah.
Plus the FBI.
Right.
Plus the FBI and whoever else. Yeah. So
And the state police.
the state has unlimited resources. Let's just face the fact. The state has unlimited resources and the defense doesn't. So it doesn't make them look weak because they don't have the information. What makes them look weak, in my opinion, is the arguments that they made.
So my what I wanted to ask you about that though is, what argument would you make to tell the state, back off and stop threatening me with getting witnesses barred when we've given you everything that we can?
Well, I would just fall back to I would fall back to what they kind of sort of argued, which is the defendant has the right to the constitutional right to a defense, calling witnesses. And yes, we don't do trials by surprise. And yes, the state has the right to know. But there's also court rules, I would imagine, because they're in the Michigan court rules and they're in the, model court rules, that if witnesses become known after a deadline, you're not going to bar that, so long as the other side has the proper amount of time and notice.
Mm-hmm.
So, and this is still, 2 months out from trial? There's plenty of time. Like I said before, when we have trials, we have these deadlines, right? We have to do certain things by certain dates. But the court always issues a scheduling order that says, at the very least, you need your final witness list and your final exhibits submitted, a week prior to trial. I don't know about this particular court in this particular case, but I imagine there's a deadline that's much closer to trial than we are today.
There's a
Yeah,
question.
I
Chat.
understand.
I'm sorry, hon.
Okay. Oh no, I was just gonna say yeah, no, go ahead, lady.
Oh,
I
I was
forgot.
just, there was a question in chat that says, does Kohberger's right to remain silent have anything to do with having his lawyer not tell his actual alibi, as many have suggested?
Oh, probably. I would guarantee that, especially based off of the response that they filed. Absolutely. Because anything can be used against you. Anything will be used against you. So if you have an alibi that could put you, 20 minutes before the murders, and then you have another alibi that can put you 40 minutes after the murders, right? That could be used against you because you had a clear window where you could have committed the murders, right? So then you're locking yourself into a timeline. Well, what if those witnesses' statements change slightly and then they're inconsistent with your statement? Well, now you just, lied to the police or something like that. And
Right.
so everything can be used against you. Everything will be used against you. So his right to remain silent is something to consider when you're talking about these alibi witnesses.
Do you think he's going to
It could
testify?
also be, I don't know, maybe he was murdering someone else in the next city over, and that's why he doesn't want to talk about it. In theory, it's possible, right? So
It's true.
I don't know.
All
Do
right.
you think he's going to testify?
No.
I don't either.
May wanted me to ask you real quick. She said, question for attorney. Defense is trying to get this case to surpass the 6-month speedy trial deadline to get it thrown out. The state addressed this with the court, so can it get tossed?
So what the state addressed with the court was interesting. The defense filed a motion to stay early on in this case. And I think it was to challenge the whole bind over grand jury thing.
Mm-hmm.
So the court granted the motion to stay, but it didn't rule that was a waiver of the speedy trial. And what was 37 days or something was the stay. So the court already ruled on this issue and said that you have 6 months and 37 days from indictment, and we have a trial because the law says 6 months. So the state has filed a motion that said that the defense waived its right to a speedy trial because it filed that motion to stay. And the defense has responded by saying, no, obviously, just like I explained, we just asked for a stay. We didn't waive the right to a speedy trial. And I believe, from what I've read, that they were very adamant even back then that this was not a waiver of their right to a speedy trial. And the court agreed with them. And so essentially what the state is asking is for a motion for reconsideration. Judge, you made the wrong call back then. We're asking you to make the right call now, and that by them filing a motion to stay, they in fact waive their right to a speedy trial. So that's what's being argued right now. That's the current situation. When I first popped in the chat, I was wondering if we had a ruling on that yet, because that's still outstanding. They had arguments, I believed, on that, but the court has yet to make a ruling. And that's kind of an interesting legal theory, and so I don't blame the judge for taking so long to make the ruling. But I don't exactly remember what the question was after I started on that road. I just wanted to frame the issue as what it actually is. But what was the question exactly again?
Oh, let me see if I can find it again.
But that is
Maybe I
something
answered it already.
they're going to argue on the 18th, so they haven't argued it yet. Or
Oh, they
it's
haven't.
proposed
Okay.
to be on there. Yeah.
Oh, that's the one that they moved. That's right. It was
Yeah.
supposed to be
Mhm.
argued by
It's
now.
supposed to be Tuesday, Wednesday, the 2nd.
Hold on. I'm trying to. Oh, I can't go back that far in chat now.
Oh, sorry. Well, if I didn't answer your question, I guess you could pose it again, right?
And it was May, I think, is the one that had it.
Yeah, it was Mimi's question.
Let me go back to chat one more time to make sure I didn't miss it. Yeah, it's not going to let me go that far up.
One
Here,
question,
so
MLS.
question for attorney. The defense is trying to get this case to surpass the 6-month speedy trial deadline to get it thrown out. The state addressed this with the court, so can it get tossed?
Oh, okay. I know what they're saying. Yeah. So if the 6-month mark comes and goes and the state says they're not ready for trial, then it has to be dismissed. And the question is, can the defense force that given everything that's going on? And I would still say yes, particularly given the court's earlier ruling on the stay. The court has already addressed that. So the state or the defense can force them to dismiss it if they're not ready for trial. So the answer is, yeah, absolutely. The defense can push that issue. It's still up to the judge to grant it. I mean, in theory, the judge could side with the state and say, no, in fact, you did. I reconsidered my earlier position and you did waive your right to a speedy trial. So the court still has the ultimate say. It's not like the defense can just, say it is so and it is. The judge still has the final call.
Hey,
There
I
was
have a
another question in here
question.
too. I saw William Tardy actually asked, so how can I tell him to turn over an alibi if he doesn't have to break his silence? So his statements, the defendant's testimony is not the alibi. The alibi is some other evidence, either a witness statement, a video camera, whatever it is, some other evidence that corroborates his statement. So if, say, for example, there was a video camera at a gas station 30 miles away at the time of the murders that shows him pumping gas, right? Let's assume that exists. He doesn't have to say anything. He could just present the evidence to the others, to the state, and say, look, that's him. That's his license plate right there. And this is the timestamp. And you could call the gas station clerk that runs the camera as the witness. And so he doesn't need to break his silence in order to establish that alibi.
Liza, what was your question?
I forgot that question, but hold on, give me a second.
Sorry.
Yes.
I just thought that was a good question. I wanted to grab it.
No, thank you for being here. You are helping us a lot.
For sure.
Never mind.
Yes, the defense is asking the court to exempt Bryan from further questioning on the alibi. Do you think that the court will exempt?
Exempt what?
Hold on,
Yes,
it was in the thing today. Let me grab it real quick on what she's talking about.
Thank you.
Oh, no problem. Okay, let me find it right here.
Yeah, the defense doesn't want the state
court?
for go ahead, Fofa.
Right here.
Oh, Charlotte's got it on the screen.
So the court may exempt Mr. Kohberger from further inquiry. Mr. Kohberger's request such an exemption at this time. Continued inquiry at this junction delves into the case investigation as well as protected work product. In support of the exemption, Mr. Kohberger is prepared to provide a further detail in an ex parte hearing with the court.
It's just so weird and bad and not going to work. So what they're talking about here is they're saying, listen, my client drives around. He drives around. He's by himself. He drives around. That's our alibi. Okay. It's not an alibi, but let's say that's our defense. They don't want him to be cross-examined. They want him to be able to make a statement to the court. Now, so they're asking for it being ex parte, but I think they're asking for would be in camera. and maybe it's just different terms. But what they're talking about here is basically the defendant sitting down in chambers with the judge and his attorney. So it's just the defense attorney, Bryan, and the judge. No one else is there. The judge listens to Bryan and what he has to say, and then can't reveal it, but can take it into consideration when making a ruling. We do this often with minor children in divorce cases. When, for example, parties are fighting over custody of a kid, and the child's old enough to offer their opinion on the situation, right? They don't do it sitting on the witness stand with mom and dad looking at them, with their two attorneys being cross-examined. The judge will take the child into the chambers, have a conversation with the child, and then when the judge issues the ruling, they'll say, all right, I've listened to all the testimony, I've heard the witnesses, I also met with the child in camera, taking what the child has said into consideration without revealing it, this is my ruling. So they're asking for, it looks like, the same sort of situation. I am going to, I've seen the state's motion. We've had oral arguments. I've seen the defense's response. I've met with Mr. Kohberger in chambers in an in-camera or ex parte interview, and I'm taking that into consideration as well, and here's my ruling. That's what they're asking for here, which is, again, it's not going to work. It's not going to be enough. This guy's not going to be able to convince the judge to just, to whatever. It's nonsensical.
It's not trying to convince the judge that, hey, what we have is still work product, and we're telling you that it is work product. We're not just BSing you. When we tell you that we don't
it's
have
not so
anything
much the
more.
work product. This is not about the work product. This is about the alibi. This is about, hey, I drive around.
But
I mean, I know they mentioned work product in there. They're saying the state's trying to compel
this
them.
junction delves into his case investigation as well as protected work product.
Oh, I see it there. I'm sorry. Okay, so they do mention it there. Yeah, I mean, I guess that he could get into work product stuff. I mean, because you don't want to reveal work product, because what you could do is essentially you're revealing your hand, right? Your poker hand to the other side. So you don't want to reveal that. In theory, the judge could hear that and not disclose it to the other side, but could make a ruling based off of that. So that would be okay. I'm not sure what the work product would be and why they're so scared of it. Like, if I'm tracking down cameras and I don't see them.
Let me find where it's
because
right
somewhere in that document says states wants to force the defense to open its work.
Yeah, it's right here. I got it highlighted.
Yeah, so work product is the notes, the thoughts, the theory of the case, the strategy, right? The defense strategy. So the defense doesn't want to have to be forced to reveal its defense strategy to the other side. Somehow they think that the alibi is tied up in their defense strategy somehow. And I'm not sure how. They're emphasizing in this motion a lot of cross-examination of officers, which I get. That's a defense strategy. I'm at a loss as to how this ties into the alibi, unless there's something that they know that they don't think the state knows. Like, let's say, okay, for example, let's say there's a report by one of the police officers that pulled over Bryan 20 miles away at the time of the murder, right? Let's just assume that happens. And there's a police report about it, because there would be. And let's say, or probably not so much a police report, but a 911 call or something, or a dispatch call that's recorded. Hey, I'm stopping, so-and-so vehicle. This is the license plate. Can you run it? comes back to Bryan, and it's just chit chat between an officer who pulled somebody over for speeding and the dispatcher. So let's assume that's the information. And the state's not producing that to the defense, but the defense has it, right? They found it somewhere. That is a potential alibi, right? And if that same officer was then called to the murder scene, then that same officer could be a witness for the state, part of the investigation of the murder scene. And so maybe they want to cross-examine that officer to elicit the alibi stuff. Well, isn't it true that you in fact pulled over this person over here? So then let's assume that's kind of the situation here. And that's why it's work product, because they don't want to reveal that ahead of time. Right? And so they don't want the state to be able to see that information ahead of time. My question is, why would they be hiding this? Now they could be hiding it right now because they want to they want to get other corroborating information. Maybe they want to get a police report. Maybe they want to get whatever it is. They want to get other corroborating information to help bolster this particular piece of evidence that they have. And they don't want that to go missing, right? This is a high-profile case. They don't want that to go missing. So they're going to send Joe Schmo in on an unrelated case to go, grab some information or something. That could very easily be what's going on here. But I am purely speculating. I'm just trying to think of a hypothetical where they wouldn't want to reveal this information, but they would be comfortable revealing it to the judge in camera, in chambers without the prosecutor there. So I could think of a hypothetical situation like that where that could be a viable option. Now that I'm thinking it all the way through. So that could be something. And that's why they're emphasizing the cross-examination. They don't want to reveal anything just yet. So that could be pretty much.
All right. And
something like that going on.
Excuse me. No Way wants to know, when would Anne ask for the trial to be moved?
When would what?
So No Way, I have it pulled up on the screen here. Wants to know when would the trial be? Yeah, like a change of venue.
A change of venue, yeah.
Yeah. When should Anne have asked for that, or when should she ask for it?
I don't know, because I don't know the court rules and statutes in Idaho. Okay. So you in Michigan, you would want to bring it as soon as you realize that there might be an issue with the particular venue. So, like the Crumblies brought one fairly early on in the case because of all the media coverage and stuff like that. So that's kind of when you want to do it, when you know that there's potentially an issue. There might be some media coverage and then it dies down. That's not an issue. But you got, but then something else happens, right? And that's the time you bring it. Mm-hmm. And so, but this has been like sort of a nonstop media. I mean, every time something gets filed or whatever, media's on top of them. So I don't know when would be the appropriate time. I'm imagining there's a deadline, but I don't know.
Okay.
Counselor, if I may, would you roll the dice and ask if there was any other DNA found on that knife sheath?
Why not?
Exactly.
Thank you. I mean, but there's 3 sources of unidentified male DNA, right?
That? Yeah, there's 3 unidentified male DNA sources.
Yeah, they would have to disclose it, and then they would have to disclose the anneals. They would have to disclose that so that the defense could do other testing and things like that and try to match it as well. So they would have to disclose all that information, and I imagine they have. I do know that there was, the motion regarding the DNA profile that was developed. I don't know where we ended up on that, if that's even been resolved yet. So there is some DNA stuff that's out there, but it's not the DNA from the sheath or the house itself. It's DNA. It's the DNA profile that was developed from, or that was developed in order to identify the defendant. And I think they're looking for ancillary information regarding that. So that's not really the DNA though that was found in the house. That's like ancillary to it's the let's check your homework kind of DNA, right? How does you show me your work kind of DNA? And so that I know was up for arguments. Or no, that's been adjourned as well, hasn't it?
The investigative genealogy.
It's supposed to be brought up on the 18th as well.
Profile?
Yeah. Okay. So that's coming up too. Then.
Yeah, some part of it is supposed to be brought up on the 18th.
Yeah,
I gotta go.
Yeah, so that's the I'm gonna check your homework kind of DNA, right? Because the defense presumably has a DNA expert, and they're saying, okay, well, I see this profile that they developed for the defendant, but I don't know how they got this. It would be really helpful if we knew how they got this, and so they ask for that information, and the state says no, because that would be revealing too much confidential information, whatever. And so then they file their motion to say, no, our expert needs this information in order to recreate it so we can properly challenge this.
I do have another question that I just thought of. It's kind of in line with this. So if they were to do something like the PCA wrong, let's say, okay, on the DNA, the genealogical stuff and all of that, if that was done improperly, meaning that it wasn't by the book, can things after that be thrown out because that wasn't done properly?
Well, I mean, DNA is one piece of the puzzle. It's not all the pieces of the puzzle. You don't need DNA to convict.
Right.
So it's not going to get thrown out. It's just, potentially weakens the case. They still have the photograph. They still have the witness. They still have him not being able to.
It's kind of like
place
people
himself.
been asking like fruit from the tainted tree,
Yeah, but it's not because they're grabbing from different trees, right? The video is not tainted by the DNA. The DNA is not tainted by the witness in the house. They're all different fruits from different trees.
Hi.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Thank you.
Hey, Avery, how are you?
Hey, I just have one question for the attorney.
Okay.
Okay. So a while back, the prosecutor's office, they released information that one of the officers involved in the investigation was under an internal affairs investigation, and they had cited the Brady Giglio material. But we've never heard any more about that. And I was wondering, is that something we won't hear about until trial? And what your thoughts are on what that investigation could possibly be about?
Well, if we're talking about a Brady violation, then we're talking about
it's
the
Giglio.
officer.
It said
Giglio.
Brady
Well, it's
Giglio.
Giglio, but they're focused on the Giglio side of it.
I mean, you're probably not going to hear anything about it until trial because it doesn't necessarily go to. It could potentially go to the exclusion of evidence that the particular officer handled, depending on the nature of it. But really, it goes to credibility and the weight of the evidence. So just because, we'll use the prior bad acts, which is you can't use a defendant's prior bad acts to convict him of a current crime. Just because he, robbed the store in the past doesn't mean he robbed this particular store that he's being charged with now, right? And so you could use it potentially to discredit the officer's testimony and the reliability of the evidence. If you discredit it enough, the judge could exclude it. But if it's just well, I don't see anything particular with this piece of evidence, and I do acknowledge that he, manipulated evidence, falsified evidence in the past. So you're allowed to examine that, but it's only going to go to the weight. It's not going to go to I'm not going to exclude it. So it just depends on the nature of the allegation, but that's not going to come up until trial.
Do you think that since Latah County Prosecutor's Office was so upfront with that, do you think that it's something more on the major side of things with that officer? Or, I mean, is that usual in a case like this, that they just go ahead, the prosecutor's office just, goes ahead and announces that they have an officer under investigation?
Well, it's better than it coming out at trial for the first time, because this case is being tried in the media by the police despite the gag order and everything else. And so they're assuming that prospective jurors are going to hear about this, and they'd rather it be heard and forgotten about months in advance, as opposed to for the first time ever during the trial. Also, what is his name? Mark Furman, the detective on the O.J. Simpson case that really screwed up everything really bad, and then was called out for the first time on it during trial, and really just hurt his credibility. So if you're upfront and honest about it at the get-go, then you can kind of save your credibility when it comes to this particular case. Yeah, that happened. Yes, that was an issue, and I've dealt with it, and that's why you can trust this particular evidence, because I don't do that anymore, or whatever,
Okay, thank you.
Or we double-checked it and we triple-checked it because we know this particular officer had an issue in the past.
So you think that during the trial they would make public what that issue was if it's part of personnel records and it's exempt from public disclosure? Pursuant like Idaho law.
The state will file a motion limiting to prevent the defense from addressing it. The defense will object and say, no, it's relevant because it goes to the challenge of the witness's credibility, especially if it has to do something with lying. Like, you can impeach a witness with prior bad acts, most particularly if the prior bad act goes to lying, right, or misleading, something that impacts their ability to tell the truth, right, or discredits their ability to tell the truth. That's like the best kind of impeachment evidence you can have. So if the violation that was investigated goes to the truthfulness of his statements or the truthfulness of his handling of evidence or whatever it may be, then absolutely the court will allow it. The defense is going to, or the state's going to object to it. It's probably going to be allowed to be cross-examined on. So then if I was the state and I had a ruling a few days before the trial that the defense is going to be able to ask about this, then when I'm on direct, I'm going to be asking my witness about this because I'm going to get out ahead of it. And I'm going to have my witness minimize it before the defense even gets a chance to address it. So most likely that's going to be addressed.
Okay. Yeah. So
Thank you. I've been wondering about it because there's never been any more mention of it, and we don't even know which officer it was, and so I've just been wondering if it's going to be.
Well, the defense knows.
Yeah. So I've been wondering, like, is it something major that could end up, causing a technicality and a dismissal? Like, what if it's an officer who handled evidence?
It comes down to if the officer was investigated for losing a piece of evidence, right? He put it in the back of his car and he forgot about it, and that's why he was being investigated. And then this time around, he doesn't lose anything. He has it all. It's all accounted for. You're going to say, well, yeah, he lost a piece of evidence one time and he got wrote up for it and got in trouble for it. but he and then he lied on the form saying he had it because he didn't want to get in trouble. Okay, you can question him about that. It's got to go to his credibility, and this is up to the jury to decide how credible that answer is.
Okay, interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I do probably need to get to sleep though.
Okay.
How is evidence for minor otherwise considered by judge without allowing cross? Oh, going to my situation. I mean, depends on the nature of the case. I mean, I've cross-examined 7-year-olds on the stand when it's a criminal case, but when it's not a criminal case, the court's going to be like, well, we're just going to talk to the child. I mean, it's not really a witness against you in those kind of situations. But like, say it's an abuse and neglect case, right? Then the child's going to be questioned on the stand. It's very limited circumstances where they do that.
Thank you, Tony.
So what time are you streaming tomorrow again?
11 hours, 10 and a half hours from now.
Oh yeah, he expects us to math at 3:30 in the morning.
Well, it's 4:30 my time. No, it's so 3 p.m. Eastern time is when I'm streaming.
Okay, so 2 Central, 1
And then I have
Mountain.
Yeah, and then I might be on Laid Back News as well as with Eric Hunley at noon.
Okay.
I told him I'd try to make it.
MLS, can you hear me?
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Go ahead,
Can you hear
Marina.
me, MLS?
Yes.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Marina.
You know, I was actually adopted from Russia. I was the first person adopted from Russia by an American family, but I'm thanking you for the work you do. That's actually all I want to say. It's pretty awesome. Just keep on doing what you're doing. It's really hard. I know I've given my
I'm
parents a hard
sorry, you're breaking up a little bit. I can't really hear what you're saying.
Thank you for doing the work you've done.
Oh, no problem. I do when people petition for adoptions and they're denied. That's when I get involved.
Yeah, I was adopted from Russia, and my mom was denied a lot of times because it was the fall of the Soviet Union. So, yeah, thank you.
Hey, I want to thank you for coming up and answering all these questions and everything. It's amazing to have a real lawyer on the panel.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, no problem.
I need to get you and the
expert
up
gave
here
me a
one
shout
night.
out yesterday on his stream, and so I had to come back over here for a little bit.
Yeah, I need to get you and the expert up here together one night.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Usually these late night things, I gotta like plan them ahead of time. But yours is so late. It's like weird. So like Joe Logic and Rakeda go, and they're always asking me to jump on. I'm like, it's 10 o'clock, man. I'm going to bed. But then by the time yours rolls around, it's now 4 a.m. I'm wide awake, ready to go again.
Yeah, I usually start about 10:45 Central at night, and usually 4.5, 5 hours, and I start winding it down.
We're the No Light Vampire Club.
Yeah.
Apparently. Well, you all have a good night, and
It's
I'm
11:45 Central here.
See you in another 11:45. It's 4:30 in the morning. Where's 11:45?
Where are you at, Marina?
I think she means when it starts.
No, I'm sorry. It's when you start. I'm saying is when it's 11:45.
Okay.
Like 11:45.
I did not make that
You're
clear
in the
at
middle
all.
of the Pacific Ocean right now.
Yeah, I'm like, where?
Well, thank
you so much.
Yeah, thank you for coming up and hanging out with us and answering questions. And you've been an awesome sport at that.
Yeah.
Of just hopping up on chat
no problem at all.
or hopping up on panel and answering all these.
Literally being grilled.
I'll look for all of you in my chat tomorrow during my stream.
I've got my alarm set to wake me up an hour early. That way, by the time you start, I should be about halfway awake by then, and should be able to comprehend what's going on. because I don't want to miss
All
it.
right.
I'll be at work, but
Sounds
I'll
good.
I'm
tune
gonna
in.
subscribe after we get off right here.
All right. Very good. Thank you very much. And
you're
I
welcome.
will we'll talk to y'all later.
Okay, have a good
Look
night. Thank
forward to
you.
seeing you tomorrow.
You too, Kim.
Thank you. Good night. Good night. Good night.
All right, guys, I'm going back
That
down.
was cool.
Everyone's
real
going to
quick.
bed, I think.
Tony, thank you so much for that super chat. And Tony says Bofa is my favorite, but don't tell anyone, please. Okay, Tony, I'm a little jealous now.
I don't like to talk about it. But someone else, Mark put
You're up
a great
here
thing.
too.
And I don't like to talk about it.
Tony's my
Mark,
favorite.
Mark, thank you so much for that super chat. And he says, it sucks that I missed most of the show. Going to support the channel. Mark, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. And that was very nice of you. Thank you.
Well, you're all my
You
favorite.
can always watch the replay.
Yes, everybody in here. I love everybody in here. Everybody is just awesome, awesome people.
I don't have favorites. I just have one.
She loves me.
I
We're all
don't have
one
favorites. I
button.
just have one.
She loves me the most, you know.
Who?
You.
I love everyone
I
equally.
don't think so. I was in here before you.
So, she still loves me the most.
I introduced you to this young lady.
I love everyone equally. No, wait. Let me take that back. My favorite person that I love the most on my channel is Troll.
Troll. I was going to say that would
Yes.
be an easy one.
Everyone else after Troll falls in second place, and I love all of you equally.
Isn't that
Aw.
sweet?
Spoken like a
Just Kim plays
true
some Nightbot.
Yeah, Nightbot.
Who is this troll? He is my nemesis.
Well, I mean, I have been with him for 26 years, so.
Yeah,
Well,
I would think.
I'm going back down. I'm going to hop back down. I just wanted to come up and ask him about that.
Okay, well, thank you for coming up.
Okay. Good night, guys.
All right, have a good
Good
night.
Good night.
I'm so glad
Hey,
you.
bye.
Oh,
I have a
sorry.
question.
Go ahead, Laza.
Maybe I don't know who. But somebody remember what was exactly BK studying?
Criminology.
Yeah, but what in criminology? Because somewhere in my brain, I want to think that he was studying something about that had to do with caste in rural areas in the States.
He
Cloud
Cloud
forensics.
forensics.
There was also
That's what
something
he
about
wrote.
forensics, I think.
So
Or law.
that's what he had. Thanks. In the PCA, he had written, they had stated that when he applied for the internship at the police department, he had written an essay about wanting to help rural police departments and with digital where's the exact wording? I just
And
had
then
it,
he-
and
Yeah,
then
he
dropped it.
forensics something.
Then he drives all over with his car and his phone, and I'm
Yeah.
like,
I can't remember the exact wording that it was that he told the officer in the email, but it was something to do with the rural areas.
Yes.
Something else I can't remember.
Somebody's digging himself deeper in the hole for that one.
Right here.
Then that could be his work. That's what the defense is talking about when they are talking about his work.
I wonder, you saying that kind of made me wonder if maybe his driving around might not be kind of testing that system or something. You know what I mean? I wonder if they're going to try to throw that out there.
Yeah, he sounds like the Greenway Killer, like just kind of, or Unaliver, sorry, going around just like looking up and down the boulevard. It's just
No,
creepy.
that's not what I mean. I mean, with the cast and all of
God.
that. I wonder if maybe he's would say that, he's driving around kind of testing or experimenting with cast or something like that.
I kind of see what you're saying. Yeah. Testing the waters, like just like the whole peeping Tom,
Well, maybe
right?
Kind of makes you
maybe
wonder,
not.
doesn't
Maybe
it?
he's reviewing what the state is giving the defense that they have against him, and since he studied this, he's working on it, and
Right.
that's why they are talking about
Okay.
K-based work product.
Yeah,
All right.
that's what I meant. Yeah.
And real
Okay.
quick, I'm going to be ending the live in about 5 minutes, so let's get those last few likes in before we end it.
I also, Scarlett, was going to say
Here's
thank you very much for having me up. I enjoyed visiting with all you guys tonight.
Oh, you're
Riddler, I'm
welcome.
glad you're back. And
Hey, Willie's here.
where is? Oh, he's here. Willie, you got to come back on panel. We miss you. But anyway, I'm going to say good night, and I love y'all, and you guys have a blessed day today.
Okay, well,
Bye,
have a
lady.
good night, and thank you for coming up.
Bye
have
bye.
a wonderful day.
You too, hun.
Good night.
So I found it in the PCA. It said that the records provided by members for the interview panel for the Pullman Police Department, we learned that Kohberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. These records also showed Kohberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2020. Kohberger wrote in his essay he had interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations.
Okay.
So that's where you got that from, I
Fofa.
think.
And then is that what he's doing? Cloud-based forensics, analyzing the data that is against him.
Yeah,
in my
technological
opinion, I don't know.
data. Yep. Could be.
Can you guys hear me?
This
Yes.
case is so strange. Yes.
I know,
Scarlett,
right?
hate me if I end it like this, but if you're happy and you know it, like Scarlett's channel, clap, clap. If you're happy and you know it, like Lost Souls TC.
Yeah, y'all
You
hit
guys
the
can all
thumbs
join
up.
in.
If you're happy and you know it,
If
like
you're happy
the
and you
Lord.
like it.
Cool.
Come on.
Nope.
Come on.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna go in bed. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
I'm sleeping. Have a good
Night.
night. Thank you for coming
Night.
up.
Good night.
Please, good night.
Willie.
It's almost 4 o'clock here, y'all. I'm like dead almost. Y'all, my
Willie,
hold on.
did you hear about the beagle? I just need to know these things.
I hear you, Fofa.
You want to know about that beagle, y'all.
I just want to know about the beagle. Willie.
I don't have a beagle.
No,
Okay,
you've got
he said yes, no
Argentine dog.
beagle.
Oh.
So there wasn't no beagle.
It's just part of his lyrics. Oh, but did you ask if that is him rapping? Willie?
Just saying yes, I will be here tomorrow. Mark, if I didn't have to get up early in the morning, I would do another hour, but I have to get up in the morning.
Awesome.
Willie
Thank you,
said
Willie.
100% him.
Yeah. And Eva Longoria, she's a Doggo Argentina and Pitbull mix, right, Tony?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Got it.
Yeah. She
Yep,
loves you.
sleep. Oh, Z-Man, I have to have sleep. Seriously. If I don't get sleep, I get grouchy.
Z-Man has the right idea. He's on my side.
I have
For
to.
you.
Red Bull. I told Summer earlier I wish I had about 3 of the coconut Red Bulls. because I sure needed them. All right, Summer, have a good night. So I may have to get one for tomorrow night. All right, y'all. I'm
All
about to
right.
get out of here.
Thank
Have
you
a
for having
wonderful
me,
night.
Scarlett. It's good seeing you.
Riddler,
Papa.
you are very welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Good
And
night,
I'll see you
Sulfur.
tomorrow.
Good
Okay.
night, Sulfur.
Yeah.
Have a good night, Riddler.
Good night,
Good night.
Tony.
Good night,
Good
to
night,
everybody.
Riddler. Thank you guys both, and thanks, Scarlett.
Oh, you're
Good
welcome,
night,
Papa. Have a
Scarlett.
good night. Tony, you and Eva, have a good night. Thank y'all for
Yeah, I
coming out.
forgot about you, Scarlett. I'm sorry, but good night, Sulfur. Good night, Scott. Good night, Sulfur. Good night, Scarlett.
All right, have a good night, Tony. Willie, whenever you get a chance, I did send you a message on your Twitter. If you can check it, just whenever you get time. Mark, you're very welcome, and thank you for joining us. So I'm about to get out of here for the night. Thank you to everyone who come up on panel, all the super chats, everyone who gets it memberships. Liza, have a good night. Uh, I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and I will see y'all tomorrow.